All right, so we got a lot of stuff to do on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and just get all the stuff, and then we're gonna get into this. All right. So what's going on in this one? What do So basically today we had a lot of stuff to do. In the last one, I talked about a lot of things that we were supposed to do in the last one, and I really spent a lot of time talking and stuff like that. In this one, I don't want to really talk too much. I want to do everything we were planning on doing last time. So we have some unboxings. I got a new phone. All right. This right here was this whole incubation area I was talking to you about. So we got to actually finish this up. I mean, there's still some things that need to be done. But this is going to be for just growing in the winter. I got to find a Christian radio station for the plants. So let me show you what else is going on. All this is going to have to be straightened out, but I'm going to put the holiday up today. So I spoke on the holiday. You already know about Tekken and stuff like that.
Okay, so are you looking to hang your mirror or just to place it up against the wall?
I'm probably gonna hang it up.
If you're looking to hang it up, you gotta get the right kind of collar things, put it in the wall.
Yeah, it's no problem. I'm gonna make sure I do it. I mean, it's glass. I can't afford for it to break.
Right. Okay. Come on, move. You want him back in?
He's all right. All right. So I gotta also put up some mirror up here. It's because we're working on a boxing studio. This is something that I haven't really told you all about, but I'm working on a boxing studio. And then so right here is my holiday. And then underneath it, I have this big IKEA mirror that I gotta basically put up right around here for this boxing area. So when it's all said and done, there's some things that are gonna be done in here for boxing purposes. And hanging this mirror up is kind of like a real big deal. So there's a lot of stuff to do today. Mook also got some clothes, so he's gonna be trying those on. And this is basically what's going on today. Another thing today, I'm not going to talk as much in this one because I really felt like I did a lot in the last one. I'm going to see how it goes when I don't talk as much. But it should be fun. I think I'm going to give you an art tour in this one. See, this is the thing about Christian radio stations. Sometimes the music can be a little. I had to put it back on NPR. Oh.
After your article was published, you found out about some new intelligence about what Russia has been up to. Would you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the people at the Foreign Malign Intelligence Center, part of the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, put out periodic public updates or briefings, and they said two things that I think were quite striking. The first was in their last sort of general briefing for journalists covering this stuff, their 15 days out briefing. They said that they had detected efforts by Russia and other foreign governments to sow discord and possibly try to foment violence between the election and the inauguration. And when they said that, they actually took the quite unusual step of releasing a redacted public version of an internal assessment dated October 8th. And that's quite a fast turnaround for the intelligence agencies. They really.
Another thing about today is I have to jump rope.
So right there, they're saying this is a big deal.
And today is going to be my last day smoking until I reach my milestone. Somehow, some way, I got caught up smoking again. I don't know how, but I got to swim 20 laps. So. Anyways, let me show you what I'm listening to. Hey Google, go into pairing.
Got it. To connect, open Bluetooth settings and look for the device called bathroom speaker.
So just really quick, if you didn't see the last one, this is something that I've been working on. This is for incubating. This is for incubating small plants and seeds before transferring them into hydro. And this is also for winter growing and basically trying to avoid the frost and things like that. But these type of chambers are really good for creating a consistent environment to grow seedlings. If you try to grow seedlings like in different, when it comes to seedlings, you got to really be able to put together like a really consistent environment if you want to consistently be able to sprout them well, because they're very fragile, and depending on how they sprout in the first month or so, it really will affect them throughout their entire grow. If they start stretching and stuff like that, or if they don't have the right humidity, or they have early on stress, it could traumatize the plant to where it will really stunt its growth throughout its life. So the object with this is not necessarily just for the winter, but it's really just to create a consistent environment. And with the winter coming around, it was just basically time to do this. I tried sprouting the good old fashioned way outside. I realized a lot of these seeds, the genetics are really complex, and some of them can be very fragile to where if I've realized that they're not like land race, then I can't really be certain that they're going to have like a really good, start. So last time I think I might have had like 5 seeds, and out of those 5 seeds, I only had 3 plants actually sprout and actually grow into anything. This time around, I have 6 seeds on the way. I have 6 different strains, and I want to make sure I get the most out of them. And I know if I start them off right, everything will be good. And that's really, once again, like what this is about. And the last one, I was planning on, putting this together just completely on stream, but since then, I got a lot of it started. One thing I'm going to do in this one is, you see this back area right here? This area above that doesn't have any sort of reflective pieces in it, I'm going to make it look really professional and clean, and I'm going to cover that up with the same reflective material. I'm also going to add reflective material here and here, and then I'm going to do a test run on humidity. So it should be kind of interesting, because once I do a good test run on humidity, then I'll be able to gauge how it is I'm going to go about wiring. But one thing about wiring and one thing about humidity, especially in small places, is you have to be very careful, and it really is kind of a balance. Worst case scenario, you would need a humidifier with a humidity sensor in it. That's the best case scenario, is to have a humidifier with a humidity sensor in it. But without that, you got to kind of like gauge, how much humidity you want to run at the same time. So like this right here, I have this humidifier right here. It's like a little baby humidifier, so I know it's going to be relatively weak. So that's kind of a good thing. I also have one that's a little bit bigger, which has a higher capacity, and it's just a lot more aesthetic. Like I said, ideally you want one with a humidity sensor. But the thing about humidifiers with humidity sensors is, from what I found, typically they're like really big, and they're designed for like humidifying entire rooms and stuff. So when it comes to like little small spaces like this, that's kind of something you got to kind of like try to balance out. The one thing missing from this space right now is actually a clip fan. And a clip fan, it will reduce the humidity. It'll manage the humidity a lot better than without one. But I have to run more or less a hard test just to make sure that the humidity levels just are not like ridiculous. Because even with a clip fan, the humidity will be managed, and it'll be prevented from like getting too intense. However, you want to make sure at bare minimum the environment stays like decently dry, because no matter how you spin it, if you get too much humidity, it's never a good thing when it, especially when you have things like lighting and stuff like that going on. And truly speaking, I don't want to have to, like right now, let me show you how this wiring works. So see, I have the wiring right here, and then it's up here. Now this is the best case scenario, but the challenge with this is I'm gonna have the wiring from the humidifier also running the same route, and also the humidifier, the wire from the clip fan. And ideally, what I really would like to do is I would like to install a I would like to install a I would like to install a extension plug alongside the back of this, and I want it to all be contained. But if the humidity gets to a point where it starts building up, then I know for a fact I have to leave the wiring out. So this is kind of why doing this hard test, even without a clip fan, is really important, because you just got to make sure that the environment is strong enough. I mean, there have been times when I did this in the past. I used to grow in my closet, and I remember there'd be times where I'd come home and like the humidity would be running, and then like I would open my closet and then it'd be like water just like running down the walls and stuff like that. And so you don't want this happening when you have something like an extension cord. So basically that's where we're at with it. Then I got these things to unbox. This right here is my phone. I thought it was going to be completely new, but it wasn't. So, you know, but it's cool. And then this is an outfit for Mook. Another thing I have to do is I need to make a standby sign. So when I take breaks and stuff like that, I can kind of have something to focus the stream on. And then I'm doing all this to get it used to the flow of this, so I can kind of get better at this, so that we can like do like, you know, more things. But I'll be honest, where we're at right now, this is where we're at right now. Things are going to get harder as time goes on. And with all that said, we're just gonna smoke really quick just to get things started off right. Get this last little smoke, and then we're gonna get to working on this incubation station. Like I say in all these in the beginning, I'm really getting used to being in front of the camera. And I'm really working on balancing my mind out. And not getting caught up in this mentality of I'm on camera, I need to, comment, rate, subscribe, and all that. This is Moose jacket. I'm thinking about getting it in black. Wow, this is way bigger than I thought it would be. Look at this. Yeah, I'm gonna try this on. And this right here is the earpiece for the PlayStation 4 earpiece. So here's the thing about this earpiece, and this is kind of what I'm kind of interested in. I think I might have had one of these before, and I really didn't think anything of it because I think it tried to produce the sound through the headphone. And my thing is this: if this is supposed to be a microphone, right? Why would I use it as a headphone? I really just want it to be a microphone. So I'm kind of interested in how this is going to work. Because if I find out that it takes the game audio and plays it through here, I'm going to be kind of upset. Because one big dilemma I have with the PlayStation 4 and then like streaming is that I can't really speak and throughout the video because it's not picking up the microphone on my headphones. But the thing is, I don't want to have to sit there and buy a gaming headset specifically for PlayStation 4 so I can listen to the game audio and talk it, through the stream at the same time. I mean, for $12, I really expect this just to be a microphone. And from an intellectual technology perspective, I don't think that's too much to ask. I don't think it doesn't make any sense. I think it doesn't make any sense if they really try to put game audio through this. Like, how are you supposed to play a game like Battlefield that has 3D spatial audio and you only have one plug in the ear? Like, I just hope that that's not the case with this. And this jacket, it seems to be a little too big for me. And to be honest, I'm not really concerned about it that much because I think it probably should be black. I don't know. It's just a little. Anyways, we're gonna have them try it.
Climate change is one of the defining stories around.
And I cannot forget this is the best for last.
Every weekday, you can hear from people around the world who are at the front line of climate change, as well as those working to solve the challenges.
So when I ordered this, I was under the impression that it was going to be completely brand new.
Support for BYQ comes from Commonwealth Savers.
And the fact that it didn't come in its original packaging, what it really tells me is that it was newly refurbished. But this is good because now with this phone, we're going to be able to stream other places besides just being in the house. But yeah, it seems like it looks really new. Wow, these lenses still have the sticker on them. I'm really happy about that. So this is the mini. This is my old phone right here. When I found out that they made a tiny iPhone, I remember when I first saw it, like I really wanted to get one. I'm to the point now where I've had so many big phones. I've had so many big phones that, and I've tried so many cases that I realized what I like the most about a good iPhone when it comes to an iPhone is I really like the iPhone. I believe like the iPhone 5. I like the size of it. I like how it just works really well, and I also like when it comes to cases, I like putting them in wallet cases. And I'm just to the point now where I start to realize that what I really value when it comes to iPhones is battery life.
Whatever the intelligence officials are saying about foreign efforts to influence the election might itself be an effort to try to influence the election. And that short circuits the warning process.
So anyways, I'm gonna let this charge.
The Tenet media case. And, I want you to describe the case. One of the things that's so interesting about this case is that this is the first election, I think, first presidential election in which influencers like social media influencers have as much power and influence as they do now. And, Russia seems to know how to take advantage of that for its own goals. So can you elaborate on what
All right.
was about?
In the Tenet media scandal, what we learned is just as far as against a couple of Russian officials, people with the Russian state media Russia
But yeah, also with the mini, my thought process is like when I start streaming and stuff like that, my old phone could be more or less like throwaway. So if I need to stream something at a distance, and I don't have that way, I don't have to be concerned about like if losing the phone or like the phone falls or something like that. But then also with the mini, if I stream, I know the cameras are going to be up to date, but because I'm not really able to see the screen, I won't be so preoccupied and concerned about what the image looks like when I record videos. And I figure that way I can focus more on just what it is that I'm saying and not be so caught up with like the way I look in the video. Because truly speaking, it doesn't really matter. Also, I needed something with space on it, and the phone that I had before only had like 30 gigs of space, so I couldn't make any real videos with it longer than like 3 minutes. So yeah, I'm really happy with that. I'm looking forward to getting a wallet case for it and then just always having it. I feel like given the way technology is now, we're kind of at this stage where when it comes to like the design of the phone, we're kind of at the limits of that. And I think we're kind of at a point where I'm personally more interested in optimization. If the screen resolution is going to be like 3,000 psi density and all this other stuff, then that means that it's suitable for a smaller screen. And I feel like there's only so much power in a phone. So at this point, I feel like we kind of reached a good power threshold. Unless they're going to get to a point where they're going to just make 5G just super accessible. And like at this stage of the game, some technology. My concern really is about battery life. Especially like now that I have a tablet. Battery life, and I feel like with all this technology, they should be able to get to the point now where you can't lose the phone. Like I don't understand how you could spend damn near $2,000 on a phone and then just lose it and never be able to find it again. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I know when people find phones, they like turn them off and do something with them or whatever. But I feel like that type of stuff at this point shouldn't really work. I feel like if someone can make a phone that can't be lost, I feel like that's really the move. And with that small phone frame, another thing that I'm really looking forward to is like with it being more durable when it comes to being dropped and stuff like that. Just a good, strong, powerful little phone that I can take with me to like stream and stuff like that. Be able to more than comfortably hold it in my hand. I don't have to worry about, doing this or like dropping it or doing this. Also got this thing for it. And with it being a really tiny phone, I think it'll be a lot easier to record on. Just something that doesn't attract as much attention. So if you're watching this right now and you're kind of wondering like what this is, don't worry about it. As a matter of fact, I don't think I'm ever going to explain it again. I think I'm going to explain it one more time in this video. And then after that, I'm not going to explain it again. Come on. All right, man, come on. I gotta teach you guys how to golf. But being in front of the camera is gonna take some work. So that's what this is about.
Ukraine badly needs more tools. Russian forces are breaking through Ukrainian defenses in the east. The Pentagon says North Korea has deployed troops to Russian region bordering Ukraine. NPR's Joanna Kakissis reporting from Kyiv. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down nearly 200 points, or roughly 0.5%. This is NPR News. Starbucks is getting a makeover. The company's
All right, well, come on.
CEO is ordering up changes, including faster drinks and fewer upcharges, as the coffee giant tries to fix falling sales. NPR's Alina Sonic reports those are down 10% in the latest quarter compared to a year ago. The new Starbucks CEO, Brian Nichols, came from Chipotle about 2 months ago and quickly zeroed in on trouble. The menu is too long,
Yeah, come here.
drinks too complicated, prices too high.
Come
The
on.
chain that got America hooked on coffee now competes with gourmet shops and snack coffee machines at home, stuck in the middle. Too fancy, too basic, too basic, too fancy. Nichols' list of changes is long. Non-dairy milk will be free. Drinks should take 4 minutes or less. People who want to stay will get offered ceramic mugs. Stores will get a redesign.
Hold on. Here, well, come in. Sit.
And Nichols plans to limit customization. Endless Starbucks syrup, toppings, substitutions that he says complicate
right,
ordering
go ahead.
for workers and
All right, sit.
Adina Seydoux, NPR News. Mortgage rates in the U.S. are still going up. The finance giant Freddie Mac reports today that the
He doesn't
average
like it.
rate on a 30-year loan
I'm gonna show it to you.
rose for 6.72%. 15-year fixed rate mortgage, which are popular with homeowners who want to finance, is
Here, come on.
6%. But in most cases, the rates are still below a year ago, averaging 7.47%.
You can't even sit still with this thing on. I'll say this. For my first review of this, I think it's a little too big. It's way too long, you know, like, hold on. So I don't remember exactly where I ordered this from. I know I ordered it on Amazon. I will say that as far as what I expected, it's a bit more than what I expected. I expected it to be more like this when I got it, and it's more like this. And, you know, I appreciate the extra, you know, insurance of warmth and all that, but what I'm really looking for is a bubble jacket. And this thing is kind of like a bubble jacket, but it's not firm. Like I'm looking for a Nautica bubble jacket. This is kind of like plastic stitch. I mean, this is if someone is making money selling this, I'm really interested in how much money they're making. Now, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm Maybe the price point was too good to be true or something like that. I'm not sure. But I know if I look hard enough, I will be able to find a decent dog bubble jacket. But I mean, after looking at this, hold on. Here, come here. Like, look at this. All right, well, chill out. See, he likes this. He really likes this. Hold on, let me show you what this is. This is his collar. And he really likes his collar a lot. Look at this. He likes putting it on. See, look at that. He loves his collar. And look at this. Look at the quality of his collar. So, you know, when I look for a bubble jacket, it's really funny because here. He really likes it, which is kind of funny. So yeah, when I look for a bubble jacket, you know. All right, well, go ahead. Anyways, we got some work to do.
Immigrants getting handouts or they're overcrowding schools and hospitals, which is happening in Nevada, but I think it's just due to the explosive growth that we've experienced. But then, of course, you have strong Democratic Latinos who are just completely disgusted by what Trump has said. They feel that his rhetoric is going to increase bullying and racism and hatred toward them in their daily lives. A lot happening.
I just don't want to hear NPR. Like I just don't want to hear too much outside of something, you know. Like, can we speculate some solutions right now? Can we just be really smart and just do really smart stuff? And another thing too, I would like to hear classical music at some point. Like, don't get me started today. Please do not get me started today. We got stuff to do. See, if I want to order clothes online, I'm going to have to be able to return them. That's just what it is. Sometimes I feel like when I order stuff online, like I feel compelled to keep it for whatever reason. Like, no, this stuff has to be returned. It's just, it can be so discouraging ordering things online because it's like, you don't even know what you're looking at, and then you gotta sit there and you gotta wait a week for it to show up. And at the end, who wants to sit there and just watch a package all the time? And have it in the back of their head, like, oh, when this shows up. And see, this is the thing about putting energy and stuff into these things. This is why we're gonna have to do some real shopping for this, because Mook is. We're gonna straighten Mook out as well. He really loves that collar, and it's funny because he'll go to sleep in it and it does not look comfortable at all. You would think he would like taking that collar off, and he sleeps all the time, and he loves having that collar on. So we're gonna have to figure out a good bubble jacket. I also got to figure out how I'm going to apply these. I mean, I got to figure out. I gotta get. See. The only thing about these cat ears is they're really big. And when I ordered those online, I thought they were really high quality. I don't, compared to what I saw, they looked that way. I can only imagine if I had ordered that other stuff. I saw this dog in a blue bubble jacket. It was perfect. Oh man. All right. Oh. So this right here is the temperature and the humidity. And that's the back wall that got filled in. And so this is the grow space. And I think I got a better humidifier than that. I'm not really the white humidifier. I'm not really. It doesn't look good enough for me, so I'm gonna try to choose the other one. Hold on. I think this one is better. So there's two problems with the black humidifier. One, I know for a fact it has mildew in it, and whenever you humidify mildewed air, it's not good. But then two, it's really big. So even though this one doesn't look as, you know, mature, another issue with this one is I'm gonna have to refill it every day. And on a surface level, it may not seem like a big deal, but what you have to understand is when the humidity drops indoors, it goes straight down. To where it'll wilt it, to where if you're like growing seedlings, if you don't keep up with the humidity and it's like really dry, you can literally wilt them and stress them out really, really bad. So it's like you gotta always keep up with the humidity when they're really small. And I'm gonna be honest, like my objective when it comes to like small seedlings and stuff like that is I want them to be as strong and stocky as possible, so I don't have to worry about them growing straight upwards. And I want them to be really dense, so when it comes time to flower, I don't have to worry too much about I don't have to worry too much about training the branches and stuff like that. I saw this dude harvest a plant. This plant was so dense. I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I want. A really short, dense plant. And this man had buds from the damn near the base of the plant to the top. And he didn't do anything crazy. And see, this is something you got to be careful about listening to these little videos and stuff like that. Like, some of that stuff, I don't know what these people are doing. And one thing you got to understand is that when it comes to growing, and also when it comes to smoking and stuff like that, a lot of your perspective has to do with your mentality. Somebody could be like, if somebody is like a blunt smoker or something like that, and they're growing, they're probably not really as concerned about nutrient density and purity of the strain. They're probably just trying to grow something that's going to be powerful and strong. And I just feel like a lot of this stuff that I've seen, it seems to be very specific to certain types of outcomes, to say the least. But yeah, if the seedlings get started off really good and dense, there's no better way. And this is priority number one, is just to not let these seedlings stretch. First, they need to actually sprout, but then aside from making sure they sprout, I gotta make sure that they do not stretch at all. So interesting enough, this humidifier has the most minimal controls ever. Now let me show you this humidity. So right now it's dry. It's very dry, which means if I were to have a small seedling growing in here, it would probably be really shriveled and it would struggle to grow. So I got the little humidifier over there in the corner, and we're gonna see how much it's gonna impact this humidity sensor. I need this thing to be at least at normal levels. And for it to be normal, it's gonna have to be right here. So with this humidifier running, here's another thing too. If you get to the point where it gets too humid, that's when you'll have water pooling on the walls and stuff like that. And at that point, you can't have anything electrical. So I'm really interested to see how this humidifier works. I'm hoping that it has some type of smartness to it, to where it'll either automatically cut off or something, because I just don't know what's going to happen. So I'm going to go ahead and close this up. I'm going to close it up, and then I'm just going to see what happens when it's enclosed, and the humidity should spike. But, we're going to see what happens for a short period. I have to put stuff in here anyway. And then right now, my electrical is right here. And I just want the electrical to be able to run without it having to hang out like this. I want to be able to put a, on the other side of this, and then plug it in like that. But if it starts pulling up water and stuff like that, that's not a good move. And see, it's already perfect in there. It's about 83 degrees. 81 to 83 degrees in there right now, and that's perfect for seedlings. And so here's the thing too, right now outside it's close to that temperature, but I'll say this, the heat is going to sustain down here a lot better in this enclosure. And as a matter of fact, I have to actually put reflective material on this as well, but right now I'm trying to keep as much airflow. See right there, there's light leaks, which I'm going to have to seal up and things like that. But right now I want to see how it does with the most amount of airflow. All right, so if it spikes up, then we're in the right spot. If it doesn't do too much of anything, then I don't have to even concern myself worrying about covering up these light holes and putting more insulation on there, because that means that the less airflow restriction is going through there, the easier it is to sustain. But that's very unlikely. Anyways, let me go ahead and do some other things, and then we're going to see what happens to it. But right now, with this type of stuff, you want to take your time. And just get it right. See, one thing about humidity, it's really interesting. Like you would think it would spike as soon as you close the door. But I may need to get a humidity sensor, because I'm not sure about that humidity sensor, to be honest. Because I'm like, if I close the door and I start to see like little precipitation and stuff like that, that humidity should go straight up. It only moved 5%. I saw an article. It said Floyd Mayweather gave $10,000 to and so he put the money team on it. And he was giving the money to anyways, he put the money team on it. You know, I don't really understand why he feels the way he does. I understand maybe if Javante did something to him where it really hurt his feelings or whatever. But the way he's involved himself in this thing, I don't really understand how he really feels. Why doesn't he just say how he really feels? Why doesn't he just say how he really feels and just go all out with it? If that's what he's done his whole entire life. If he was always been flashy, flamboyant. I say what I want to say. I do what I want to do. This is me. I am what I am. I do the F I want to do and all that. If he's really that tough of a man, why doesn't he just come out and say how he feels in regards to what it is that he's doing with his money, and in terms of what he's doing? Because I couldn't imagine him the way that I thought he was doing what he's doing right now. I haven't taken sides in this whole thing, with him and all this other stuff, because why would I? A lot of things up until this point kind of make a little bit of sense. Like, I kind of get why he would kind of like beef with Tank. So, I kind of get it. In regards to after things like Adrian Broner and stuff like that, I kind of get that. As far as him like beefing with Devin Haney's father and stuff like that, it's like, okay, I kind of get that. But in terms of what he's doing with this whole entire like aid and all this other stuff, I don't really understand that. I don't understand. The money from the government isn't enough. I thought they were the ones winning. I thought they were the ones. So I don't understand. I don't understand his reasoning behind the decision. However, if he is, whoever he's supposed to be, why doesn't he just go ahead and say that? Because that's not a smart business move. And I get the fact that you got gyms and stuff like that in Beverly Hills. And, hey, maybe it might be hard to open up a business, if, maybe you're not getting, I guess, whatever it is you're supposed to get. But at the end of the day, that's not necessarily the person that I was left the impression of. Moving like that. Look, why not just say how you feel? That's all I'm saying. I'm not telling you nothing. At the end of the day, certain things, if they are what they are, I'm not going to sit here and play around. If you love money, if you worship money, then that's all I need to know. I'm not sitting here trying to play with your morals and ethics and all that. All I'm saying is this. If you are, flashy, flamboyant, you do what you want, you say how you really feel, why don't you just say what it really is? I understand you might be upset at Davis. I understand you might have a couple of words for Haney's father and stuff like that. But is this who you were supposed to be once your career is over? Is this your contribution to the game? They put you over there in the Hall of Fame and everything like that. This is what they're going to talk about? I don't understand, because the other people that are in there, I love them. I don't know what's going on. I got a picture. I'm sitting over here. I'm over here right now considering, giving an art tour of what I have at my house. And I realized in my past tour, I never actually went over why I have your image in my room. I don't really, what I'm saying? I never talked about that one. And when I was at the house, at the other spot, I had it in the hallway, but I didn't really say nothing about it. And I'm thinking about what I'm going to say about it now. And I'm just not understanding the moves. I'm not understanding these moves. I like Clarissa Shields. I like Bernard Hopkins. I like Chad Dawson. I like Sonny Liston. I like Zab Judah. I like Roy Jones. I love Marvin Hagler. I love Teddy Atlas. I love George Foreman. And I love Larry Holmes. I don't understand what's going on with this. I'm not loving this. And none of the people I spoke on, not even Bernard Hopkins, will be on what you on. You know, and I don't know. I understand people have been shaken up, but why does it seem like all the people with the money got shaken up the worst? Is it true about what they say about y'all with money, how weak y'all are? Is it really true? Because I don't know. You got more money than anybody I've heard of. I don't understand, and I'm not, you know what? I'm not really going to do too much brainstorming. I'm going to be honest, I'm not. But I really wish you would just go ahead and say something. About where you're going with this. And see, this is the thing about this. And I'm not going to, I'm going to be honest. Ever since this is why boxing can only be passed down. You have to understand, boxing, yeah, it's a lot of different things. Yeah, it's tucking and rolling. Yeah, it's sticking and moving. Yeah, it's guarding and all this other stuff. But there's an aspect to boxing that you would have to, if you did not earn it from God, it would have to be passed down to you. It would have to be passed down to you. And we can see in Floyd's style exactly what I'm talking about. We can see in Tyson's style exactly what I'm talking about. We can see in Dawson's style exactly what I'm talking about. The thing about with Floyd or about Floyd is it is what it is. Nobody is sitting here expecting this man to be, you know, a role model. But you talking about this gives us perspective on who you are as an individual. Forget about the ring. This is who you are as an individual. What you have to understand about this whole thing when it comes to fighting, when it comes to boxing is you got to understand who Muhammad Ali was as an individual. You got to understand who Mike Tyson was as an individual. You got to understand who Teddy Atlas is as an individual. You got to understand who George Foreman is as an individual. And when you understand these things, this is why you understand what actually took place in the ring. So when I'm sitting here figuring out who this man is, it's giving me an idea of what's taking place in the ring. And it is what it is. If the man was just a prodigy, then the man was just a prodigy. And guess what? That's what it's going to be. But if I'm supposed to look at this man on the same playing field as someone like even Zab Judah, you got to be kidding me. If I'm supposed to look at this man on the same playing field as someone like Broner, you got to be kidding me. I don't care. At the end of the day, Broner still had his people with him at the end of the day. And the moral of the story is it doesn't matter who trained you in boxing. You got to understand who these people are. Because that makes everything more in the ring. There's certain things in the ring that you cannot understand. There's certain things in the ring that you cannot learn. There's certain things in the ring that if you're not blessed in understanding it, you'll never be able to achieve it. And that's just the moral of the story when it comes to this fighting thing. Who you train with and all this other stuff. These people will sit there, have you in their gym, they'll whoop your ass, and then as soon as let's just say for example by the strike of lightning, actually that's not how it plays out. You hold yourself down and they'll kick you straight out. Do you think that anything is are you really going to sit there and let that man put you in the ring? This is what you have to understand. At the end of the day, if you know how to fight, then you know how to fight. At the end of the day, if it's in your heart, then it's in your heart. You can have a gym anywhere. You're going to have the best fighters in the area, and it's going to be clear as day. And at the end of the day, you're going to get respect off of that. If I sit over here and I go to your gym, and I'm over here, and I'm just like, what is going on? That's not respectful. That's not going to be able to work in any spot where all of the best boxers are at. That's not going to work in Philly. It's not. Everybody is getting their ass whooped. It's not going to work. It's not going to work in LA. It's not. It's not gonna work in Florida. It's not gonna work. It's damn sure ain't gonna work in Texas. It's not. So, you know, on one hand, you could be the whole I do what I want, I say what I want, I'm my own boss and all that other stuff. Hey, whatever. This ain't got nothing to do with none of that. If that's who you are, then, you know, everything else should make sense. And right now, it's not making sense, to say the least. It's looking, you know, I'm not going to say anything else beyond that because it doesn't deserve any more attention beyond that. But if you are similar, you know, if you have more in common with Gary Coleman than you do with the people that I admire, or if you have more in common with Michael Jackson than you do with the people that I admire, or if you have more in common with Mekhi Phifer than you know, if you are a prodigy, then that's what you are. And this is how you, and you know, this is how boxing will remember you. This is what a lot of these gyms are looking for. They're looking for prodigies. They want to sit there and, you know, work on their next Floyd Mayweather. I don't know what that's about. See how that works out for you. Anyways, let's check on this humidity real quick. This man is from Detroit. So it looks perfect. Humidity sensor is reading it about normal. One thing I noticed with this humidity sensor is it does have a habit of being 20 notches under. So if it was anything more, right now it's at about 50. If it was anything more, it'd be at about 70, and that's about perfect for seedlings. Seedlings really are around like 75 humidity. But that was with this that was with this closed for about 30 minutes. Anyways, I just wanted to say that little piece before I show this artwork and stuff like that, because I kind of looked at it this morning and then I saw I kind of looked at it this morning and I just kind of saw them talking about some of his recent business decisions. And I realized that when it comes to being, when it comes to you got to understand, Muhammad Ali was the greatest, and nobody asked any questions about that. And so when you understand that and you look at the life that man lived, and then you sit there and you look at all of the greatest, you look at people like Sugar Ray from Harlem, Ray Robinson. I'm sorry. When you look at Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Robinson, and you look at that man's life, you got to understand. You got to understand when you look at Ray Robinson's life, when you look at Sonny Liston's life, you got to understand these were great men. These were incredible men. When you look at Mike Tyson's life, when you look at Cus D'Amato's life, when you look at George Foreman's life, you got to understand it's more to boxing than just throwing punches and being in the ring. You got to understand that being a boxer is one of the most tremendous feats. When you look at Bernard Hopkins' life, these people are not just in the Hall of Fame just because they're able to win or do things and do whatever. And these people are impeccable icons. They're just impeccable. They are what it takes to be great. They are real legends. This is why I said when I saw what happened to Haney, regardless of all the other aspects of what happened, I knew for a fact that he used his resources. I knew for a fact that he really used his resources. And this is the difference of the type of people that you train with and stuff like that. And it just says more about more things. It lets you know a lot more about different things. It lets you know a lot more about the golden era of boxing, and it lets you know a lot more about how those boxers would fight nowadays. When you think to yourself, who would really win? Ray Robinson or Sean Porter? Which sounds hilarious, but you would think to yourself, what would a matchup look like between Marvin Hagler and Danny Garcia? And what you realize is incredible. It's tremendous. When you look at who these people are, you got to understand that who they are, it says more about them than just even anything of anything. It says just as much about them. Who they are outside the ring says just as much about them inside the ring. Who someone is outside the ring is exactly who they are inside the ring. And so inquiring minds would like to know. I mean, we be seeing these exhibitions. I didn't want to say nothing about exhibitions. I really did not want to say anything about exhibitions. I didn't want to say too much about exhibitions because I didn't want to say too much about exhibitions because Floyd started doing the exhibitions. He kind of retired, so it was one of those things where who knows? I mean, he got a whole bunch of people to watch him. What you have to understand about exhibitions is this. A one-on-one fight is not an exhibition. We're going to get that out of the way right now. Inquiring minds would like to know. We're going to get that out of the way right now. An exhibition is not a one-on-one fight. We're getting that out of the way right now. We getting straight to the facts. We getting straight to the business. Because I'm seeing these moves. So we getting straight to the business. Because at the end of the day, I don't have time to be sitting here playing around anymore. This man made all this money. All right. I don't have time to be playing around anymore. An exhibition fight is not a one-on-one. Let's get that out of the way right now. And if it is a one-on-one, it's not a one-on-one against someone with the exact same weight as you. Let's get that out of the way right now, because I don't know what's going on. This is aspects of the game that I don't even know. Maybe Teddy Atlas isn't even really energetically inclined to really be a part of right now. Or to speak on or whatever. I don't know. But an exhibition is not a one-on-one. And if it is a one-on-one, it's not a one-on-one against a person the same size as them. My favorite and this is the thing. So what is going on with these exhibitions? I kind of got the little spin on the first one with him being supposedly some sort of legendaries, whatever. But I mean, that man was the exact same size as you. And with that in mind, at the end of the day, really all this is exactly what it sounds like it is. And it's not, but it's not an exhibition. And so this is why all this stuff is coming together. This is why these moves, you know, when you question them, it kind of makes things seem a little bit different. What you got to understand about boxing is most people don't know nothing about boxing. They're there to watch a fight. That's not no exhibition. George Foreman fought 5 dudes in one night. That's an exhibition. My favorite exhibition of all time is BJ Penn fighting against 3 dudes back to back, and he got rid of all of them in one round. That is an exhibition. And why is it an exhibition? Because that is when you really see the difference of talent. Instead of you sitting there fighting one hand-picked opponent, which, you know, it just looks like nothing, you fight 3 people back to back that only can sit in the ring for a round and a half, maybe 2 rounds. And these aren't just regular people that you fight either. The people that you fight are people that are in the top 30. You go 6 rounds with dudes that are like top 20. And then we can see really where the skill is. Then we can see the exhibition. That's what an exhibition is. An exhibition isn't just some fight. Marvin Hagler was Marvin Hagler from start to finish. Bernard Hopkins is still Bernard Hopkins. Roy Jones is still Roy Jones. But see, sometimes the difference, all the difference are the people in your corner. See, I've been meaning to say something about this a while ago, but, you know, I didn't feel like it was necessarily necessary because that man is a grown-ass man. And if he can't do whatever it is he's supposed to do as a grown-ass man, I'll be damned if I'm over here trying to tell this man something. So I didn't really say anything. I haven't said anything. I haven't even, you know, I just kind of sit back and just watch it, you know? Sometimes people might just be not necessarily 100%, you know, a lot of interesting things come with living at such a high level for such a long time. But I mean, really, what level? What is it really even high at all anymore? You doing that? You doing that? Because I know what Muhammad Ali was doing. I know what Larry Holmes was doing. Larry Holmes, I know what Larry Holmes was doing. Over these years, I just been noticing that, you know, I just realized the distance, it just keeps getting further and further. And there's nothing that anybody can do about it. You have no choice. I mean, it would be nice to get a public service announcement for whatever the reason is. I would think somebody that is flashy, flamboyant, you know what I mean, or whatever. But at the same time, maybe we did get that public service announcement in the speeches that this man has given. He realizes that, you know, this is what, if anything, this could be a lesson of worshiping money, if that's what the case is. But I mean, the thing about worshiping money, you got to be kind of childish, because I mean, worshiping money, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have tried it before. It ain't all that. But I could really understand if this man is purely a prodigy. If this man is really a prodigy, then, you know, case closed. And here's the thing. I'm not trying to prove no point. I got a picture of this man on my wall. Like, all it does is tell me some things I didn't know. I'm not the type of person to be into like people's lives and like keep up with them and stuff like that if I appreciate their contribution in other regards. I just assume that they are who they portray themselves to be a lot of times. I feel like this, at this stage, is more or less a learning situation. And it's turning more or less into a case study, because I never said anything about this. I talked to Freddie Roach. I didn't talk to him about nothing about this. But see, this is one part of the equation that we got to keep in mind. And see, this is the one part of the equation that I feel like is the part of the equation that really truly is what it is. And we got to recognize that Roger is no longer here anymore. And all of this stuff started when Roger died. Very similar to a lot of boxers and stuff like that when it comes to their trainers. A lot of times, this is what their trainer instills in them. Oh, wait, hold on. Did this thing say 12? Because if it said 12, that's a problem. Okay, cool. What did it say? All right, so my password. Anyways, that's kind of where it's going to be left because at this point, you don't really need to know anything. At this point, we just have to go by the actions. Even if this man has sort of whiplash as a result of the changes in his life, the identity that you see before you is truly who he is. It's just who he is without Roger. Oh man. What it ultimately means is that he's a prodigy. It just means that he's kind of a child celebrity. As a consequence of his talent. What is this? This is so dumb. Yo, passwords are annoying. Oh. Oh man, this is a lot. I really hope I get my original Apple ID. All right, so let me show you what I got now. So here's the phone. Whew. And there's my lock screen. So just for right now, you know, this is kind of how it is. This is how it is. It's nothing special yet, just a basic setup. I really want to be able to, I really hope I'll be able to get my original Apple ID, because there are a lot of pictures that I lost with my phone that I really would love to be able to get back. But yeah, this is how it's going to be when it's all said and done. Look at that. And I think that's super cool. And I'll leave this in my bathroom just like that. Oh. So this is my old phone. Let me check this humidity. Hold on. Oh man. So yeah, I'm seeing steam come out of these vents, which is not a good sign. Look at that. The humidity sensor says that this is basically normal, but I know for a fact it's high because the humidity is pulling. So I'm gonna cover up this vent and just try to reduce it so that the vapor isn't pouring out of the cabinet. And you know what's interesting, because the only reason I even mentioned that is because about Floyd is because when I show these pictures on my wall, they mean a lot to me. And what I've seen in terms of the business moves, I can't agree with them. And if I'm not impressed, I'm just not impressed. It's just what it is. If I'm not impressed, I'm just not impressed. But if I show this picture that's sitting on my wall, I gotta be able to explain why it's there and what it means to me. And at the end of the day, actions speak louder than words. And I don't understand the actions. And that's purely what it is. I haven't been sitting here doing any research on this, man. I haven't been keeping up with, gossip and all this stuff. I'm speaking on things that were literally brought directly to my attention. And these are things that just conflict with my vision, with what I perceive, how I perceive things to be. Anyways, I'm thinking that should slow it down a little bit. If I open the cabinet and I see like vapor, in this area, then that's fine. But if there's like vapor literally coming through the cracks and stuff like that, then that means that if this goes on for like an hour or like maybe for longer than like maybe like 3 hours at this rate, that it will start pooling precipitation, and that's what you don't want because that's extremely humid. Also, I mean, if it can run through water slower, there's really no rush. I want this tank to last as long as it can. I think covering up that way. A little side note too is like once the fan is in there, it'll really straighten a lot of that up. But this is kind of like a baseline test to see how under high stress this area works out. Just having it in an enclosed space alone, I know is going to be more than enough to sustain humidity. But like I've been saying, I cannot have it pool up because then you can't take your eye off of it. Then on top of that, I can't be having like vapor and stuff flying throughout these vents. Ideally, the situation in here, you want it to be like humid or whatever, but you still want it to be to where you can cover up the light leaks and not be concerned about too much of the humidity going off. It's really like a balancing act. But you really want to be able to sit here, close this, have the fans running, and then outside of it, not have any sort of change in environment. You want this to be as low power as minimal, as concealed as possible. You don't want this to be like, you have it, you don't even want to know it's even here. So it's really at this point, it's a matter of balancing out the ecosystem. And it's a delicate process when you consider like sealing off a lot of it because in that case it gives the humidity the ability to really build, and this is a constant stream. It doesn't have a humidity sensor. See, if it had a humidity sensor, it'd be perfect because you can just put it in there and then just have the humidity sensor set to like good, and what it'll do is as soon as the humidity gets to good, it'll shut off, and then that's it. But because this is a constantly running thing, it needs to be measured out. It needs to be measured out at a rate of, if this thing is constantly running, at what point will the humidity just stabilize at a adequate percentage support for plants to really grow. one thing that really trips me out about these times is just how sensitive everyone is. Look at this. And so look, it did it again. Hold on. See how it's like super foggy in here and stuff like that? You look at the humidity sensor, it's all foggy and stuff like that. That's not what you want. But see, what you got to realize about things like this, for someone to dislike someone for saying something as real as that, you don't even truly speaking, it's like at that point, what else do you have to talk about? What is, you know? You could sit here and want someone to be something. It doesn't make them who you want them to be. But why would you want to deal with someone that can't manage honest criticism as true and powerful as that? Granted, he doesn't know what he's doing. You see what I'm saying? A person that would do stuff like that and know what they're doing will understand what I'm talking about. And they wouldn't even be mad. I don't know. Is it a money thing? could he possibly get out of aiding another country? Wow, this humidifier is really interesting. It seems like even covering the hole up, it finds a way to really push the humidity through fanning mechanism to where it's like I got it to the point now where I covered this hole up down to like a point, and it's just blasting this hard stream of mist through it. We're gonna cover this up entirely because this stuff needs to slow down. So see, the thing about vapor is once the water is broken down into a vapor, it's kind of blown in like a mist. However, if you can create enough resistance to force the vapor back into a water state, it can be slowed down. That's what I'm doing. And it's just hilarious because it's still finding ways to make mist out of the tiniest crack. Let me show you this. So if you look at all that coverage, and you see that the little tiny bit of cracks that it has in that coverage of tape is shooting out that really dense stream. Look at that, there's a timer on here. Wow, I can only be okay. Good, I took the timer off. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to add diffusion to prevent the mist from even getting airborne. And it's working. But I just don't want humidity to fill up this area and be fuming from the cracks of the damn cupboard. Now the water is leaking down the side of it. All right. You know, when it comes right down to it, you don't know what makes people the way they are. But in this case, it's not a matter of it's not a matter of what happened. It's at this point, it's just a matter of why. This humidity is really getting through a napkin. I'm thinking I may need a rubber band just to band up the napkin so that it's airtight. So that looks like a decent suppression right there. I just need it going up into the areas like at a bare minimum, so this little cabinet area doesn't get overwhelmed with humidity. I just want the humidity to be maintained, not. I need a rubber band. One thing I was considering doing is watching the news and then speaking like my opinion while alongside it, but that stuff has gotten to the point now where oh, I just listened to this lady talk about how she didn't like the idea of Trump protecting women. And I just listened to it and it was like so anal, and it was one of those things to where at what point does a person, but at the end of the day, what you got to understand about this news stuff is that these people are getting paid a lot of money to be there on TV. So in a lot of ways, it's like they're just working. So you can't really take what they say too serious, but you gotta realize that a lot of people listen to what they say and they really believe it. And it's interesting because you have to understand when it comes to stupidity, stupidity is very dangerous. And this is not something we can afford. In this day and age, because a lot of people really suffer and they don't have to. They shouldn't have to. But this ends up happening to them. Because people can't do the right thing. And oftentimes doing the right thing is just not to be done. The world doesn't stop turning just because a bunch of people are stupid. Nothing really changes. It's just the people that are in those positions change. If you're not going to be the smartest, then someone else is going to be smarter than you. If America is not going to be able to be free and produce anything, and people have become this dumb, and we really have entered into an evil world. Because these people with their stupidity are the problem. You have to understand that love requires a lot of intelligence. And if the average person, millions of people subscribe to stupidity, they'll ultimately live lives where they'll never achieve any actual love. They may think that what they're doing is love, but you see how that's going for them. These people are literally being molested under the idea that they're being given love. And you have to realize that this, on a grand scale, ultimately makes the world around you into the chaos that it needs to be for catastrophe. The stupidity makes them more inclined to allow bad things to happen. And their ignorance of the facts makes them just as guilty of the things that are transpiring. The thing about these people on television is they're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some of them even getting paid millions of dollars to sit up there and say things. This is the reason why you can't necessarily perceive them as the problem. More or less the people that follow them. Like, they literally had to, the Washington Post literally was like, look, we cannot keep going down this route. And they lost 200,000 subscribers. That right there are 200,000 people that are totally stupid. People that are really hinging on things like Trump saying he wants to defend women, and them literally using segments of their talk show, getting paid quarters of millions of dollars to spend time criticizing that, given the type of catastrophe and things that we have going on. The way that kids are suffering and dying, and these things are so bad that they can't even show them on television. These people are literally hinging on a man talking about he's going to protect a woman. And they are literally sitting there dead ass serious. And that's the exact same thing they're going to do when you're getting fried, when you're getting evicted, when your kids are starving, when you can't get a job, and you were wondering why no one is going to say anything. Why is no one there to help you? Like, these people out here in North Carolina literally dying in their tenements. Being, people are sending grassroots aid to these areas, and these grassroots aids are being intercepted on just pure ignorant pride, on just the idea of, you're not qualified to do this, therefore we got this under control. And they don't have nothing under control. They sent $700, and these people are getting scammed out of the $700. They don't already figure that whole system got hacked and scammed. These people are applying for emergency aid, and I guarantee you that money is probably going to another country. They got one person that has mental issues to the point where, they basically got him sitting in there like he's in a daycare center. And then you have these people that will literally have these shows, and they sitting over here hinging on the idea of a man protecting a woman, and you are sitting here looking at these people like, wow, you would think that they would understand a lot of things, but you'd be surprised. These people really are this dumb. They get around a whole bunch of people that be feeling a certain type of way, and that's what they transform to. You sit here and you show them a picture of a kid being burned to death with his skin falling off and stuff like that. And these people right here will lose. These people right here, they don't even have the capacity to come to terms with that. It doesn't even register in their mind. And you got to realize that these are the people that are in these positions moving into the next century, the next decade, the next generation. These are the people that are rewarded by society with riches. These are the people that have stability. These are the people that have homes, multiple cars, comfortable lifestyles. And this is the reason why you could conceive how a person could do that, you know, from an ideal perspective of survivalism and from a perspective of preservation. But you also have to understand of the mentality of people behind something like that. I don't care what your main viewership is. If you are sitting here spewing a lie, you are spewing a lie. If you aren't helping America, you're hurting America. And honestly, these people are running around like terrorists. They are running around with messages of terror. What's the difference between this and some bogus ass, Taliban broadcast going across the Middle East? When it's leading to nothing but destruction, death, and all these things, you have to realize that, see, society fights back, and right now America is trying its best to fight back, but if America is not heard for this thing, these ills will affect your neighbors. These ills will affect everyone that you involve yourself with, to the point where righteous people really are going to be out in the street for real, because you got to realize the average human being didn't even have the strength to make it through the pandemic, let alone a social shift where darkness reigns. Are you kidding me? These people right here are going to get right in line with that. And what this means is, it just means that the good old narrative of good and evil is no longer in the guise of society. What they're doing right now with kids right now is real. Sitting up there watching Obama, these people that went to Ivy League schools and stuff like that, and you sitting there thinking to yourself, how dare these people do this? And they are dead ass doing this with a straight face. And what you have to understand is when smart people do stuff like that, what that really means is that they were never really a good person in the first place. They were just who they had to be to get whatever it is that they were doing. They're just going with the flow of things. But you got to realize, when people like that, when the flow of things is corruption, then those people become the bad guys that need to be removed. They become the Taliban. They become ISIS. This is one thing about America that a lot of people don't have enough sense to even come to terms with. But if America isn't guided by God, then ultimately it's just another terrorist organization. It's just a warmonger of killing and destruction. And if that's the case, then the bare moral context of society has been lost. People right now that have never gotten firearms before are now having to get firearms. And, that's just where it is. That's where we're at with these things. Because of the level of stupidity that's allowed to go on in areas that it shouldn't. And the reason why this level of stupidity is existing is because these people have gotten up there and they've been rewarded so much, and they're just stupid as hell. They didn't never deserve to be there in the first place. So what they're doing is they're utilizing their resources, and they're coming to their own pea-brain conclusions on how things should be done, and they're destroying society from every angle that they exist. This is the reason why you can sit there and watch a publication that's supposed to be reaching the entire country and, influencing an entire organization of people who should be organized to the betterment of this country. And they'll sit there and talk about something as stupid and childish as someone saying he wants to protect women. And not just sit on it, they'll be nauseating with it. They'll be benign, and they'll sit there and carry their words as if this man said something along the lines of changing somebody's diaper. They'll be in absolute disgust. And what you have to understand is, what's the difference between them and that, and them just straight up calling you a straight up nigger? Just straight up, fuck you, nigger. What's the difference between that when it comes down to the level of consciousness and mentality? This is what you got to understand about these things when it comes to being intellectual, when it comes to being a bigot. A bigot is nothing but a stupid motherfucker. And I said it just like that on purpose, just like they're not gonna sit here and show you these little kids being fried up on purpose because they can't take it. They can't take that. And this is how soft and punk ass they are when they are up here in these positions. And this is the reason why they're so easy to corrupt. It's just society has gotten to this stage where it's like everyone is sitting here hiding behind these little bitch ass sensitivities and all this other fugazi foolishness. Everybody is all scared and punked out. If America isn't home of the free and the strongest country in the world, compared to a place like China, where they got beaches literally covered in the thousands with people and they eat food that's artificial. Russia, who is finally getting to a state of being able to make modern construction all throughout their country. Africa, who's been exploited, pillaged to the point where the land Israel and all those people over there in the Middle East literally killing the people that live right next to them. Are you kidding me? America can't figure something out. South America that doesn't have any money at all. And then on top of that, Canada. Like America can't use enough sense to the point where we're sitting here looking at international publications just to be able to feel as though we don't feel like complete idiots. I can't even watch Netflix anymore. So what you gotta realize is this, even the stuff that I'm saying, if it even resonates with you, people aren't listening to this type of stuff. The average person is not listening to this type of stuff, which means that if the leadership manages to fall at this state, then that means mankind is going to go even deeper into this. And chaos will increase by default, just like it's managed to increase tremendously over the past 4 years. This is a consequence of allowing this level of corruption to exist. And truly speaking, between these people like Obama and Biden and stuff like that, for them to even have themselves in this situation where they're being put up on stage saying these things, they should have been smart enough and strong enough to not find themselves in this situation in the first place. I'm sitting there thinking about this morning. I'm thinking to myself, are these people really did these things? These people really did these things, and these people really have information on these people. And I'll be honest, that right there is terrorism. Using blackmail against an entire government organization is terrorism. And the fact of it, even if it works, it is terrorism. You figuring this stuff out. These people are getting all this money from these people that are right now raising, ensuing terror. And I'll be honest, actions speak louder than words. Wow, so the humidity really is not working anymore. It just dropped down. Actions speak louder than words, whether they can sit there and explain it or not. If they're going to sit there and try to glaze over it, then that's what they want to do in regards to that. They don't want people paying attention to what's happening there. And if they're going to sit there and they're going to be a part of covering it up and they're going to be a part of acting like it doesn't exist, then they're just as guilty as what's going on. And you have to understand that this comes down to the moral texture of an individual to sit there, for them to sit there and allow for these things to happen. Nobody of integrity could sit there and allow anything like this to happen. Nobody of any sort of respect or fortitude will sit there and allow any of this stuff to happen. And what you will realize is that everyone that's behind this stuff, if you sit there and you test who they are as an individual, you will find out that they are all pitiful. They are all weak as hell, and they are all scared as shit. And they don't have no type of sense. See, it's one thing when, you're doing the wrong thing and you can sit there and you can kind of like spin it in a way to where, I gotta do what I gotta do because this is what happened and that's what happened. And this is my reason for doing it. There are ways that you can spin things and say that the ends justify the means. The ends are not justifying the means. Maybe if we were in a state where we're going through a stage of utopia, then we can sit there and have enough time to comb over these little simple personal issues that these women have because they're no longer attractive. Then we can maybe deal with that on a scale as a country. But until then, which we are further from now than we were when this trash started, until then, anything else other than what's important that's hurting Americans every single day, that's causing people to struggle, that's causing people stress. These people talking about having speeches about unity and peace, and these people over here running these distractions, like literally right here in our face. They don't have place to talk about those things. And if they are talking about those things, then you have to look at it like from a place of intelligence and realize that it's truly just a distraction. It truly is just a distraction when every single person in this country is suffering, asking themselves why. It truly is a distraction when these kids are out here, getting totally misled and feeling devastated, feeling like they wasted their entire life and they haven't even reached 20 yet. It is really just a distraction when people are getting evicted back to back out of their homes. It really is just a distraction when these people are literally putting people from asylums and all these other things all throughout the country doing nothing but causing chaos. It really is a distraction when people nowadays that never considered having a firearm and having to take someone's life are literally doing this because they don't have trust or faith in anything else that's going on around them. And we're not talking about this. You want to sit here and hyper focus on another man when really it doesn't matter about any of these things. How about you hyper focus on an actual solution to anything that's been going on? And this is when you realize that these people truly are dumb. They're either dumb or they're weak and they don't have any backbone. And that's just what it comes down to when you see people like Michelle and Barack over here doing these damn speeches, and then they'll sit there and show the Asian community speaking completely opposing of that. They'll show the Hispanic community speaking completely opposing of that. They'll show the Indian community speaking completely opposing of that. And I'm not talking about them just on an individual basis. I'm talking about them in regards to their political gatherings. Everyone in the world is saying that these people have lost their mind, and they will not. Even the Washington Post is saying that, and these people on MSNBC will not stop it with this dumbass foolishness. Even CNN got to the point where they're just like, where they're sitting here like, look. And this is what it's really come to. They really did steal the whole entire election in South America. So you best believe that what is in front of you is really what's in front of you. Don't just be sitting there thinking that, oh, it's all sweet out here. No, things are going down, and I'm talking about downwards. And the problem that America is having right now is trying to figure out at what point are we going to start doing the right thing and having some foundation, because nobody is preparing for the route that we've all been heading straight forward into. Nobody is really, because nobody believes that it could be possible that people could be so dumb and so stupid. But the reality is, or so corrupt, because there's this belief that America is always going to be doing the right thing, because how else could we ever be America? But see, this is what you have to understand, is that due to inequality and due to keep out politics, the cream of the top crop, the smartest people have not managed to move up. And campaigns are put out against them before they can even oftentimes realize what is going on. And a lot of this stuff is truly symptomatic of the downfall of these people. Anyways, the humidity just crashed, but guess what? We still gonna let it run all day. Because it can always be increased. But we just want to make sure it can safely run. And with this thing being closed, it's perfect, because once I start sealing it off and stuff like that, the humidity levels in there will rise even more. But see, this is kind of something that just has to become, that you have to come to terms with. That people of intelligence have to come to terms with in regards to other people. It's interesting because you got to understand that eventually these people are going to get to the point where they're going to start burning Bibles. And they're going to start burning Bibles because you got to realize that right now, being a man of intelligence, being an individual of intelligence gives you a perspective that the average individual does not have. And what it does is it lets you know that these people are wrong. And what you got to understand about stupid people and being wrong is stupid people cannot accept that they're wrong. They can never accept that they're wrong. Because understanding that you're wrong forces you to have to come to terms with why you were wrong. And a person that's typically stupid doesn't really have the strength in order to accept things that make them uncomfortable. So eventually, at some point, these people are going to get out here and they're going to start burning Bibles, because these Bibles are going to be telling them they're wrong and they're going to be upset about it. Just like they're literally talking about, they're upset about Trump talking about as president, one of his objectives is to protect women. You think to yourself, why would someone be upset if Trump is going to protect us? What harm could that do? But then you realize through their mentality and their pure insanity, they're able to take something as positive as that and translate it into something stupid and to be able to be very malign about it. Like, he said he's gonna do, this just makes me so sick. This is the exact same way they are gonna respond to the Bible. And this is the reason why they are going to end up burning them. And this is granted as society goes down this path. It can continue to go down this path, but what you have to understand about going down this path, the average person is going to become extremely dumb. The chaos will ensue, but the average person is going to be extremely dumb, which is why as these things are happening, it's important that you stay conscious and you stay up to date, with, God. You make sure that you keep your intelligence as high as possible so you can manage these things. Because let me tell you something. When chaos goes all out, these people gonna look just as dumb in panic and chaos that they do up here on this news. And how do I know this? Because I've seen this before. I remember during the pandemic, I saw this. During the pandemic, I remember there was this one day, me and Mook, we were just outside over there at Iwo Jima. Iwo Jima, for you all that don't know, that's a monument. It's a military monument. It's where they have all the military dudes holding up the flag. That was basically what the movie Saving Private Ryan was, when these people were literally dying in hundreds and they were really fighting for Iwo Jima. Over there at Pearl Harbor, they were dropping off soldiers, coming in on boats, running up against chain guns, landing on mines. They were doing all this stuff to try to create some sort of liberation and independence. This is how hard these people fought. And it's called Iwo Jima. It's right in between Arlington and Washington, D.C. This is one of the most renowned military monuments in America, in the world. And me and Mook, we're just sitting out here doing our thing. I'm throwing a ball. Mook is running around, and he's coming back. There was a lady walking through the field, and Mook is about like 5 pounds. And then he ran up to, she had 2 kids with her. So Mook kind of ran over there and did his little I'm a small dog bark thing. And then he ran off. And this lady was literally screaming. I'm talking about, this is during the heat of the pandemic. She was screaming like she was in the freaking Blair Witch Project, as if she lived out in the middle of the oak woods and she just left the chainsaw massacre. She was, and she was like on her knees and she was like looking up at the sky, like with her hands out, like, you know what I'm saying? Is that like, you would have thought it was like September 11th behind her. She was, and then she was doing this stuff over the pandemic. She's over here, leave now, it's going to be, leave now. Like, she was really having this whole entire moment over the pandemic. You gotta understand, if anything in this country happens that's actually substantial, that's the exact same thing these fools is gonna be doing. They said the price of toilet paper went up from like 99 cents a roll to like $6. This is the reason why. These are the people that were like, oh, I'm gonna need 100 rolls of toilet paper. Like, these people really needed 100 rolls of toilet paper in a situation where they thought it was going to be the end of the world. One of their priorities was making sure they could properly use papers. You have to understand that this is the consequence of these people sitting here playing these stupid ass games all the time. Applying corruption to every sort of aspect of reality. This is the consequence of it. You end up with a whole bunch of buffoons around you, and this is exactly what they got up there. They got a whole bunch of privileged buffoons. And you got to realize that if this is allowed to ensue, it's only going to worsen. It's only going to compound. And you could be, oh, no, yeah. Because that's exactly what's happening, and that's exactly what's continued to happen since these fools have had any sort of influence over anything. What do you think is supposed to happen moving forward? We haven't heard a good idea about one damn thing yet, and these women over here are so brainwashed over this invisible misogyny. Is really the ability to, have an abortion worth this? Like, are you kidding me? If you hate men so much, how did you get pregnant in the first place? You still running around getting all these, you still out here with all this information and all this supposedly advanced moving forward progressiveness, you still out here letting people that you don't want to have children with you do this? You still, and then just go to sleep. Oh, let me go get my $600 real quick so I can go over here and get this scraped out of my ovaries. You still on that? And then you got the nerve to be sitting there talking about well, what is a life? And you letting this determine what it is that you're supposed to do. This is what you have to understand about these people. This is really who they are. But what it says even more is about the people that are misleading you. Because they know better. And what it means is that those people truly are evil. They might be good when it's convenient for them, but left to their own devices in a situation like this is who they defer to. They either defer to evil or they defer to absolute weakness. Weakness is weakness. They can sit there and try to act like, oh, this is a part of the grand plan. Grand plan my ass. Weakness is weakness. Losing is losing. I'm over here sitting here trying to figure out how to make sure the humidity is right in here. And with my ability and brain power to do this, I'm able to conceive what's important in life. These fools, are you kidding me? They can't even do this, and they over here getting paid $500K a year to sit over here and give you that bullshit. I can't even watch Netflix anymore. I don't even care about what this stuff is. I don't have time to be sitting there. It's because I can't watch this stuff. It's so dumb. Oh, anyways, it's time to shift gears a little bit. It's just one thing about like being exposed to stupid people is it's just never any easier. You always think it's gonna be easier. Like you always think like, oh, if they're dumb, like, you know, who cares? But it's just so annoying having to deal with them because you sit there and you try to like understand things because you're just not really understanding, and it's just a pain in the ass to just realize that someone is just straight up stupid. Because it just amounts to pure nonsense, and at that point it's just like, you know, once someone reaches that point, it's almost like dealing with a person that's handicapped or something like that. It's like, I'm not getting paid to do this, and this isn't a passion of mine, so I don't understand. Like so what it ends up amounting to is just a real repulsive experience. And please don't have these people acting like thinking they know what they're talking about and actually speaking on it, because that's even worse. I mean, could you imagine someone literally like running their mouth like 1 + 1 is only 2 in the case of you're using an addition sign or just some crazy stuff like that? These people really be going hard over this stuff. And it's just like, look, I don't know who fooled you, or I don't know who got you like on this level, but you need to go back to them, and you need to be mad at them for having you running around looking like this. And this is what these people over here doing on this damn news station. And you know, it's interesting because you know, on one level, it's like they got to keep their job up. You know, at the end of, you know, it's just like, I'll say this. I'm actually appreciative that I'm clearly able to acknowledge them as being dumb. I'm appreciative that they're not able to multi-layer any more intelligent than what they are. But just cut the crap. I don't care if you're supposed to be leaning this way. I don't care if you're supposed to be leaning that way. It's not about who, your job isn't to work for an audience. Your job is to report the news. Let's just be honest about that. If you're not reporting the news, if you just run the daycare, then just call it that. Or, you know, I mean, it's pretty much damn near what it is at this point. I'm surprised you don't have, you know, I'm surprised you're not selling kids' toys and stuff like that in between these damn broadcasts. That's what you really need to be doing. You need to be having some commercials talking about Chia Pets, and you need to be having some commercials talking about Strayer University. I'm talking about all them little commercials you have running around on MTV and BET, all them commercials for all them dumb people. The commercials talking about safe sex. You need to have those commercials. You need to have the MTI Tech. You need to have those commercials. You need to have the come get a job at Jiffy Lube commercials. You need to have the I need to practice safe sex commercials. You need to have the don't say no to drugs commercials. You need to have the Chia Pet commercials. Because these are the people. This is your dumbass audience. You don't need to be running no CNBC. You know where the money is, all this other stuff. Because these people ain't on that level. You need to be having my guy, I don't even remember what his name was, that used to be drawing them pictures and stuff like that. You need to be having them things going on because you ain't doing nothing but running a nursery full of impotent, incompetent, you know, incompetently mental peons. You would have to be stupid to sit here and watch this stuff. I'm sitting over here. I'm like, you got to understand. I could literally sit on this thing. I could literally sit here and make a live stream of watching news and criticizing the news anchors and have sound content. I could put together some great content, but at the end of the day, what they're talking about is so stupid that for me to even respond to it, it would make me stupid myself. And that's what I realized it's really come to with some of these things. Is some of this stuff is so stupid, for you to even say anything about it, it just makes you stupid because the subject matter is dumb. These people, it's almost like, relatively speaking, it's like arguing over the colors in the rainbow or something stupid like that. You over here jumping over your desk. Hey Google, stop music. You over here jumping over your desk. No, it's not red, green, blue, and yellow. It's blue, yellow, green, and red. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is how dumb these fools are right now. I'm like, you sitting over here, these people talking about something. We don't want protection. Don't you understand that? We don't want no protection from no man. We don't want no protection from no man. Like, they really on that. And then here you come. Oh, you need this protection. Oh, you need this girl. Like, you know how dumb you have to be to sit here and even converse with these fools? These people be getting paid $500,000 a year for this. So I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, you know what? I'm not about to sit here and make some content in regards to this stupid ass news. That's the reason why I'll sit there and just watch Michelle Obama. Just under the understanding of I know for a fact they're not smarter than her. So if she's sitting over here and she's freaking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, then all her little peons is on the exact same thing, and that's exactly what they are. Some damn peons acting like they're supposed to be having the responsibility of the most important responsibility in the world. Are you kidding me? But you got to realize that if this stuff falls through, it ain't nothing but corruption. Because I'll be honest, society has not stupefied that fast. And this is reflected in, I mean, you got to realize this man, you got to realize this man said straight up, this Washington Post stuff, this is going to have to come to an end. And these fools literally unsubscribe. You don't understand. I've lived in Washington, D.C. I'll put it that way. I can't really say like I've lived, you know what I mean? I'm not like a Washingtonian or nothing like that. But relative to everyone in the world, you could technically say I lived in Washington, D.C. for well over 20 years. And I ain't never seen these fools this dumb. These people are talking about these people need to go back to LA. That's what they are saying. In elite circles, these people want these people to go back to LA. And what these people are saying is they're sitting here criticizing Washington, D.C. for the way things are done. I'm gonna go check if there's any comments.
Really helps President Harris for this reason. We sometimes just think that these issues impact minority communities or immigrant communities.
This is another thing you also got to understand about politics too, though. See, you got to realize that for a lot of these people, it's their job. It's their way of living. So they got to sit here and play the game. They're not really going to be able to come out and just shoot straight. What you got to understand, when CNN and when Washington do stuff like that, that's very real. Because what that really means is it means that in most elite circles, people are upset. Here, Mook, come on. Oh, what is up with this? Damn. is truly a consequence of inequality and corruption. When people are able to make it to positions they ain't got no business being in, that they can't handle. I mean, in real life, man, the average person should not have to concern themselves with this. But what you got to realize is that these fools, what they're doing is they're doing things like consuming social media, and they're not really understanding stuff, and they're just some. It's causing them to short out and all sorts of crazy stuff like that because they're in positions that they can't compete for. Hold on. After this, I'm gonna clean up my room. I'm thinking about streaming again tomorrow because I know I'll be here by myself. So it'll be really quiet. See, the thing about those French fries is they were on the home stretch. They really only needed to be left in there for like another 6 minutes, and I forgot about it. And I know I said I wasn't going to smoke, but I'm on video, so. But I really hope that this little headphone thing that I got for the PlayStation 4 isn't just an earbud with a microphone. Because though I'm happy with the cell phone that I got, out of all three of those packages, none of them arrived as I expected them to. And that's just a testament of online shopping. Like, I really wanted the phone to be sealed for security reasons. So just for the record, the humidity sensor is reading very dry, which isn't really that bad because looking at the machine, it is letting out vapor. So this means that I should be able to seal the light leaking and not be concerned about the humidity getting any worse. But one thing's for certain, at the rate that it's flowing right now, I also don't have to worry about vapor and stuff like seeping from the cracks and stuff like that. I do think that the humidity sensor is broken. I do think that it's like under by 20 points. Once I add the fan, I can increase the vapor flow just a little bit, and I got it to the point where the larger I make the hole in the tissue, the more vapor escapes, but it doesn't really flood the space like it did before. Let me see if I think somebody wrote like a joke earlier or something. Oh wow. Mook is all right. This guy writes, "Hey man, been a subscriber for a while. Never really got a chance to join your streams. Remember you having a dog. How's Mook? Apologies if I got his name wrong." Mook is doing really good. He's been my number one priority for as long as I've had him. Right now, given where we're at, he's not really complaining. He understands that there's things that have to do in order for us to move on. But the one thing that he does want is he wants for me to get my car back. He wants to get back on the road. He's okay being here, but he really does miss being in Arlington. And it's really because we don't have a park here. And we spook out the locals. So we're not really in the right place, but after being on the street for 3 years, he'd rather do this for a while. He's all right doing this for a while. One thing about Mook is his mind is dimensional. It's more dimensional than a dog. He has like another layer of consciousness that you wouldn't expect him to. Like if being a human being is consists of 3 levels of consciousness, then him as a dog, you would expect it to have only been 1, but he's actually at 2. And I think what it is I think he has a really good memory because he's able to understand things that take a lot of complexity to understand. Like for example, if I start working out, he'll start working out. And he will seriously start working out. Like he will really all of a sudden want to run all super fast, all over the place. He'll be so eager to like to play fetch and stuff like that. And see, in my mind, I'll think to myself like, nah, there's no way he's deciding to do this, and he's literally doing it because this is literally what he's thinking. The same thing about like this food that he eats and stuff like that. Like I eat a lot of French fries and a lot of pizza, and he loves French fries and he loves pizza. And I'm like, what dog loves French fries? But outside of that, like if there's something I really like to eat, he'll want to try it. And so yeah, he's doing really well. And I'm really happy to have him because he always keeps me grounded. He always reminds me of everything that's happened and where we are and everything since the moment he was born. He always keeps me up to date with that type of stuff. And the way that I brought him up, he he's really strong. So he doesn't have the character of giving up and stuff like that. He's not the type of person to give up. He won't give up. He won't quit. So it's really good having him because sometimes I there have been times when I've been off, but I know that I can't really get caught too much in the days because he'll always remind me of really what's going on. One thing about dog ownership is being a dog master is not necessarily any different than owning a dog if you have the ability to understand your dog. Because if you understand your dog, then your dog can actually tell you things. For the most part, I mean, dogs do, good work. They're naturally really good hearted, and they a lot of times they can be more conscious than what than but if you're able to really communicate with your dog, you're able to reach a level of learning that makes your dog super smart. And it just really comes from, like, how you shape the dog, the dog's character and stuff like that, but it also depends on your character as well, and your ability to understand subtleties and things like that. But this is the difference between, like, someone that owns a dog and they have, like, the typical, bouncy loopy dog, and someone that owns a dog and their dog will flush the toilet or something like that. Their dog will, just be able to share information. But he's still moved though. He's still a little 6 pound dog. But his mind, his mentality is more layered. But see, one thing about understanding a dog is that once you understand your dog, then you can understand other people's dogs. And when dogs know that you understand them, then they will communicate with you even more. But the thing about it is, sometimes, like, there are certain breeds where that type of behavior is innate, but in breeds where that type of behavior is not innate, is when you end up with dogs that almost behave as if their growth is stunted. But see, this is a part of dog ownership. It's like when you own a dog, you got to just realize that you don't just own that dog for the moment. All right. You don't just own a dog for that moment. just whatever dog you get, just make sure you can meet the dog's needs. Like if you have a big family, then a big golden retriever works. But if you can't entertain that dog in the capacity to which it's kind of most comfortable, then you're gonna run into behavioral issues, and you're gonna end up having to force the dog into deficiencies, which will make the dog suffer in the long run. And it won't even really your relationship will be so subpar. It's just all too often owners get dogs just to depress them. And I know in their mind they're probably like, "Oh, this isn't depressing," but it is depressing. And then they'll just be like, "Oh, well, this is." They'll be like, "Oh, it's just a dog." And see, this is what you have to understand. When you really understand dogs, you don't think that way. You would never consider it just to be just a dog, or you would never consider it to be just all right. But it's through understanding these things and through your attentiveness over the lifetime of this animal. This is the reason why you own a dog. Too many people don't own dogs for that reason. And for this reason, I mean, it's just a mess. And what you have to understand is that there's a lot of people that really just and when it will come down to, if that doesn't change them, it just really comes down to raw compassion. A lot of people will have it requires consciousness in order to have enough compassion to consider a lot of things. But at the same time, these are things you take into consideration when getting whatever type of dog it is you get. This is the reason why if you know for a fact that you're not gonna run like walk a mile a day, then you're better off with the French bulldog. But if you're gonna sit here and power walk, a whole like 2 miles, then what are you doing that with the French bulldog for? And then this is what happens. I mean, it's just not cool. I saw this one person, like, you just end up in all these weirdos, you know, these awkward. I mean, you just end up in a situation where your dog looks stressed all the time. Every time you doing anything with your dog, you looking stressed. And then on top of that, y'all, you just you're not learning nothing. And these are not good situations because the actual dog owner can see these things. Your dog over here starving with the ribs touching and all this. Behavioral characteristics and things like that are affected. And here's the thing: you don't have to be like an exemplary, example of whatever it is the dog is ideal for. Like if you get a Doberman, you don't necessarily have to be like Dominator 3000, but you can't be like super weak. I never forget this day I met this dude that owned a Doberman, and he was like so weak, and he owned a show Doberman. So he had to like his dog needed like serious running and challenges and all these other things, and this man will never be able to deliver. And it's just so unfortunate because these things in reality are mismatches. It's going to be a mismatch when this man doesn't want to walk 2.5 miles a day. And then he's sitting there trying to figure out why he has holes in his wall. It's going to be a mismatch when, somebody comes to the house and then the dog is sitting there barking super loud and scaring everybody. It's going to be a mismatch. Or if the opposite of those things happen. But no matter what happens, you're not going to get the Doberman that, you think you're going to get. You're not going to get that poignant, active, fully aware, super intelligent dog. And I know I'm rambling a lot, but I never talk about dogs at all, and I always think to myself, I want to talk about dogs, and I just never do it. Before the pandemic, dog ownership was a pretty exclusive club, There would be maybe a few new dog owners every year, and at first they would be awkward, but once they got used to owning a dog for like half a year, they would start to come into like developing into a better person, and it would just be so interesting because they would be so much more easygoing, and they would be so much more intelligent and like enjoyable to talk to. And it was able to sustain this sort of pace because they were so infrequent. It wasn't like it had gotten to the point in the pandemic where it was like every year it was like 1,000 puppies like coming outside. You know what I mean? Everyone getting a new dog. Like because it wasn't like that, because it was such a rare thing, the new dog owners were in the minority and they were able to learn from a lot of the other dog owners because they were truly the majority. And so it made them that much better dog owners. But it's just like somewhere along the way during the pandemic when dog ownership became trendy, we got into this point where there's just so many like dog owners that you just sit there and tell yourself maybe they're new at this. Your ability to manage a dog is your ability to manage anything really, because there's nothing more comparable and cohesive and cooperative than a dog. I remember the first time I used FaceTime, I thought it was so next level. That was the most mainstream time of my life. So basically, the way I set up my home screen, I don't know if you noticed. But this is it. I keep it as simple as possible. And so at this point, what I would do is I would get invisible apps or invisible widgets, whatever I have to use in order to make this go down to here. And I would fill up the row down here at the bottom, and I would just keep it as minimal as possible. But this is kind of like, and see, the reason I would do this is because of my wallpaper. It's all right. I wonder if that really worked. All right, it must not have fully locked in because I always like seeing YouTube music on different size devices and different types of devices. It's interesting how the volume is on this side and not this side. I'm used to having the volume on this side. I like how it's transparent. And so far it looks really sharp. See, like right now he wants French fries. Look at this. It's the lock screen.
We'll see it through.
I just think it's interesting how they try to hinge on racism and stuff like that. When they're clearly sexist. And they're like so proud of their broadcasts. At this rate, you can expect for the world to continue to go downward. And you can prepare for that. The thing about it is, I don't personally, but at the same time, I don't have a family, agree with the idea of stocking up on groceries and things like that. I think if you ever get to a point where groceries are a problem, then you need to consider moving somewhere else. I don't think you need to stay in a situation where you're relying on things to be packed up inside your house. I don't care what's going on. And I think that given the way things are, that is indefinitely the best way to play out that scenario. So I don't think you have to go that far. I don't think it's healthy to have doomsday, prep gear. Constantly in your peripheral all the time, reminding you that anytime it can go down. I don't think that's the move. I just think that you have to think in terms of like, what would I do if I could no longer make this amount of money? What would my plan be if I realized got to a point where I was blocked out of society? A lot of people are getting blocked out of society that you don't really hear about. because this information isn't being shared across the country. But people are getting to a point where they lose their job, they lose their house, and then they're outside. There is no resource for them because they are amongst these various systems that are happening right now. I was shut out for 3 years, and I wasn't really trying to make it clear that I was, in a bad situation, but I can tell you for certain, no one was aware of anything that me and Mook were going through. And I mean, it is what it is. But I say that to say that there are people that are going through that exact same thing right now that a lot of people are not aware of. There are a lot of people going through similar situations, and they have been going through these situations. These people have literally found a way to mute out an entire war. Do you understand how mind how left you have to be to have such a responsibility and to totally negate it just because of how pitiful your stance is? All these people talk about all day is Donald Trump. It's like, dang, do you like, at what point, like, what do you guys want to go and have a do you guys want to go and just become Trump supporters yourself? That's all y'all talk about, is if y'all are some sort of if y'all are some sort of scathed, X or something like that. You just wake up, Donald Trump. Go to sleep, Donald Trump. This man is so bad. He's a felon. Oh my God. Why? My thing is this. If he's all of these things, and see, this is where the sense comes in, and this is where it comes to an end. But if he's all of these things, why aren't you clearly winning? And it just comes down to one of these things where what they're doing is they're basically taking the same stance that the Republicans are taking, except they're not actually basing it in actual facts or reality. They're just invoking the same emotion, but they're not actually founding it in anything. But what they aren't doing also alongside that is they're not actually acknowledging the tragedy of this war. And that's just a pure indicator of how they are up in the air. And I'll be honest, Republicans at this point, though they are more conscious of the environment and the challenges, they're not exactly anti-war. And this is what's pushing a lot of people in that direction. But it's just like, look at what we're dealing with here. And this is just taking things down to the reality of the situation in its entirety, aside from just simply having, voting this election. You have to also consider where that election is going to take you. Is it going to be another simple continuation of where we're at now? And if that's the case, then you need to sit there and look at what's going on during this war, and you need to take responsibility for this happening every single day. we're not just seeing bullets, we're not just seeing x-rays of children getting shot in the head. We're not just seeing x-rays of that. We're actually watching this stuff happen. And if they're going to sit here up in this whole entire days about we don't want to be protected by a man, like they're really going to sit there and use this foundation, they're going to use this platform. This is what they did with that. I'm over here sitting there watching these fools make a commercial talking about thank you for letting us up into your home again. These people are letting these people into their home, and this is what they are doing. I'm not knocking on every single door telling people, can I please come into your house, and filling up their heads with lies. This is what these people are doing. And this is just basic, just period, relative to what's happening over there in Israel and what's happening over there with, what's happening over there with the Palestinians. There is no way I can accept funding this. I don't care what you try to tell me. And people are sitting right out here right now, standing on the right side in opposition of that. But these fools over here are literally creating that exact same energy, except they're sitting here and minimizing it to some. They're sitting there. Look how ridiculous they sound. This man's supposed to be a Nazi. This man's supposed to be this. This man's supposed to be that. And they're all nasty women. All of them are nasty women. You don't see any competent men up in there saying that stuff. I see some dudes, and I just be listening to the things that they say, and it's just like, as a man, you know for a fact that those dudes are whack. You know for a fact they're whack because you know, as a man, there's no excuse for them. You can understand how they could be sitting there hooping and hollering about something that don't make no damn sense. That's common. That's par for the course with them. But with them dudes that'll be up there doing that too, and they're not even hooping and hollering. They're saying it all calm and all this crazy stuff like that, knowing what's going on over there in the Middle East. You got to understand. When Trump takes office, it's not home sweet home after that. You need to stay on his ass. Just like it's been. You think this man is running hard like this? Like, this man is actually running for president this time around, and let me tell you why. Because he got his ass whooped all up and down that court system. That's why. He don't got time for that. And these people over here is really holding this over his head right now. So this man is actually running like he's supposed to run, and that's exactly how it's going. But the people are going to need to be able to be aware to keep this thing going. This isn't just something that needs to be done in regards to, the president just occupying a position. This is something that needs to be sustained with these people. And this is honestly what the problem is with these fools, because people got to the point where they're like, all right, motherfuckers, shit is so damn complicated at this point. You make sure you just do your job. And they didn't do that. They fell victim to Jezebels. They fell victim to sexual immorality. And these people are like 80 years old. These people fell victim to sexual immorality. They got it to the point where they feel as though they think they over there in Hollywood dealing with these little ass children. And they are really getting it on with these. They are really getting it. They are really not paying. You know exactly what this is. People over here in China are talking about Donald Trump. People over here in India are talking about Donald Trump. And guess what? Yeah, that is the first step. But the next step is to stay on top of this. Because like I said, the Republicans collectively, are not as like peace, peace, peace as what the Democrats were supposed to have been. That's the reason why they're sitting over here, you know, acting like this war and stuff like that isn't really going on. Because they know damn well what position they're supposed to, what side they're supposed to be on. And they know damn well they over here taking hiding a blind eye to this, and they're accepting this money. See, this is one thing you got to understand about politics in modern day and age. Before, it was actually really complicated. Now it's not that complicated. The only problem is sitting here watching this stupid ass shit unfold for damn near 2 months straight. Just sitting here watching this little shit show every single damn day. That's the hard part. It has nothing to do with complexities of the mind. Everyone knows exactly what's supposed to be done. And so what you realize with this stuff is what this stuff will do is it will narrow your mind down to the point where you literally are sitting here talking about you so upset about protection for men. These motherfuckers will have your mind so small that all it takes is another P just to block the sun from your mind. You know how there's an eclipse and it takes the entire moon to get in front of the sun to block the moon out? They will make your mind so small. All it takes is a P just to make you completely dumb. And that's exactly where they got these people. All 200,000 of those people that unsubscribe from the Washington Post, they got their asses to that point where they don't even want to hear nothing else besides what it is that they want to hear. And what it is that they want to hear is exactly what it is they're being told they want to hear. And you got to understand these things. People want to sit here talking about they're above average and all this other stuff like that. You got to understand these people are doofuses. But this is just a consequence of the reality that we're in right now. And this is why when this man gets into office, it's not over with that. Now, if you know, and as opposing to that, it's if I mean, there's nothing else to talk about outside of that, because anything else is in talking about anything else is at a level of sanity which will hurt you. You'll sit there and get yourself caught up in the little wicked tongue twisters talking about save children, and then you sit here and you break it down and it's the complete opposite. That's the exact same thing they are telling you about everything. You over here going to the grocery store and it's horrible for you in terms of how much it's costing for you to spend. They over there telling you that everything is all right and everything is looking good. You over here like doing your research like, wait, this person's ethnicity is not what she say it is. They over there telling you there's a community of people that they need to understand, giving you a whole bunch of words. You over here like, why don't you actually close the border if you're responsible for it and this is your speciality? They over here talking about we couldn't do it because the prior president before us. You got to understand that. If you don't understand that, then you know you're a part of the problem. And it doesn't matter if you're sitting here holding on to some sort of simple-minded emotional grudge. This is the reason why the men don't get no type of excuse, because at the end of the day, it's like, how did you advance throughout life without having to do that? Without having to come to terms with that. You must either have no integrity at all or literally be a weak peon. It's just that simple. You was probably one of the type of people to be up at Diddy's party talking about this is advancing my career. It's just sometimes I reflect on, the depth of seriousness that I speak on things, and then I kind of think to myself, I'm like, this is why I'm glad I have Mook and stuff like that, to prevent my mind from getting cast off into this freaking la la land that these fools are in, because they believe that ain't nothing happen here and their life is all right and they could just sit there and watch TV. That's all it takes. They just happy with that until they die. Like, what? This is what you got to understand. This is a consequence of where we're at in this world. And you got to realize that those fools is going exactly where they going. They going straight to hell. And some of them are conscious in this decision, and most of them aren't. They're just some straight up dumbasses. But it's important that you don't get caught up in this and let yourself get all whirlwind up in this and just have your and then just be lost in the sauce with them. There used to be this thing on these little Christian pamphlets or whatever. You see a whole bunch of people walking down one way and they all going straight to hell, and then it just be like this little narrow path, and it just be one person running it, and right behind that one person they would have their arm out trying to bring one person with them, and it was just a real hard path to carry, but those people were going to heaven. That is what's happening right now, and that's exactly what it is. It's just sometimes it can be kind of so surreal how fast a lot of these things are happening. But what you have to understand is that God is not playing. And you have to understand that what is in that Bible is real. Things that we're talking about right now, it may seem far out, but I'm telling you right now, based on the nature of these people, this is the route, this is where they are going. And I'm not just telling you that as some sort of like, what's the word? Is heretic the word? That's what it sounds like I should be saying. Who's just out here just smoking weed, being on some sort of, let me let you know. I'm telling you that as someone who's overcome poverty multiple times on my own in this treacherous world, time and time again. I'm telling you this from the perspective of someone who's been all throughout the system and all throughout for the professional throughout Washington, D.C. I'm telling you this as someone who's lived on both sides of society. When they have those people on those pamphlets and you see a whole bunch of people on a highway to hell and there is a small narrow path and only those people are going anywhere, that is real. And that is what's happening right now. People are taking sides with dark principalities because they're scared and they feel as though it's going to grant them easy passage. This is what we are on the precipice of. The thing that makes it so unbelievable is the reality that these people are really this dumb. Watching these people have churches full of a whole bunch of people that I guess are believing in this stuff that these people are talking about. When they can literally sit there and just read the book themselves and realize that it's not even right. See, like a part of it, part of it, you just think like, there's no way these people are this dumb. there's really no way these people are really going this fast forward into burning in hell. There's no way, no way. And these fools are literally doing it. See, one thing that I really reflected on recently was this statement this person made about like being good and how it's so hard to be good. And the reality of the matter is, it's not hard to be good for a smart person. It's not hard to be good for a strong person. It's only hard to be good for a weak person, because in that case they can't stand the rain. As soon as time gets hard, they're too weak to resist the current. They got no choice but to swim with. They got no choice but to go with everyone else. They got no choice but to be accepted. They got no choice. They can't imagine life without having friends. And so these are the people that are naturally innately do bad things. These are the people that naturally are become bad people. And this is and these are people that are very weak and dumb and stupid. And this is the mentality of people going straight to hell. It really is that. And that's the part that will really blow your mind, because you'll be thinking it's so intelligent. You'll be thinking that, oh, this is the dark evil. These people are probably, the most diabolical, metallurgical people that you've ever seen. And it's no, they're just dumb as shit. They're dumb and stupid. And the thing about it is, what makes them able to seem intelligent is their ability to keep a good light heart about a lot of things. But you have to understand that that's really truly what the stupidity is. They don't understand the consequences of things. And the reason being is because, even if they did understand the consequences of things, they're not strong enough. Doing the right thing is easy when you understand what peace of mind is. Doing the right thing is easy when you want to advance in life. Not actually just move in a different place. Because at the end of the day, 1 + 1 = 2. And if what you are is a negative in that equation, then your outcome is always going to be worse when you're around. And by naturally speaking, you're going to be the one to pull things down. At the end of the day, society, even the people of America, want things to go right. But you have to also understand that if corruption is able to reign strong enough, then that can be overturned. And once that's overturned, this is the reality of the world that you are going to be in. Everything is overturned. You overturning more money right now just to eat food. Let these people sit here and talk you into really believing that Donald Trump is going to make it impossible to have an abortion for the next year. Like, why are you even concerned about having abortion in the first place? Why is that such a determinant? Why does that even matter? Are you planning on just letting it fly? Like, is that what you planning on right now? But at the same time, you're spending more money on things that you actually need to do every single day, like eat. Wouldn't everyone rather have money than not have money? In what situation am I just gonna be like, you know what? I don't have any money and this is what I want. Wouldn't you rather have more freedom in your life? Wouldn't you rather have the ability to do things? Like, you got to realize that if people become dumb, I mean, first of all, they're going straight to hell. But this is the reason why the environment becomes so hostile, because all the systems fail. So, now you can't actually go shopping in a mall anymore. Now you can't actually go to a football game anymore. Now you can't actually go on a safari right now. Now you can't actually go, to Mexico and just, hang out and have yourself a good time because things get darker. And this is a consequence of just pure stupidity, but this is the reality of these people going to hell, because these are all things that were once able to be done and can be done. Granted, the people of the world that you live in are able to achieve this intelligence. It's just that simple. And if the intelligence goes low long enough and it stays there long enough, so it's Halloween. I've never celebrated Halloween. But a lot of people go out on Halloween and they party and stuff like that. There was this one time I went to a party on Halloween and everyone in the party just hated me so much. And I didn't even say anything to anyone. I just kind of stood there and they were all just like they were so mad that I was there. And they were so hateful. And I just remember I left like really early. Aside from that, I never really went out on Halloween. I mean, it's outside of being like an absolute kid, and that was just like once for like candy. That girl's dog is hilarious. That dog barks at everyone and everything. See, when people have dogs like that, it just means that the owners are probably hilarious. But yeah, I never hung out on Halloween. It's crazy. I took a break from Tekken, and I don't really mind it. But it does kind of blow my mind a little bit how I don't play as much. I just kind of got to a point where I'm kind of coming in on the downside of the learning curve. And I don't want to say it's sad, but I feel kind of sad a little bit just realizing that it's nothing like what it used to be. And when I played Fight Night, I was coming on the backside of the learning curve. And I feel like I don't know which part is more fun, like learning or like winning. Because once you really start winning, I can't really say it's as fun. On the other hand, there's always mastering the game, which means basically playing it in mass and being able to consistently win with like every single character. And in order to kind of like go further with Tekken, that's basically what I have to do. It just kind of makes me a little sad because I just remember growing up, it used to be so much more like of an adventure and so much more of an experience and so much more of like a quest. It used to be like when you made it like and you started getting good, like you really like felt like, like you learned so much. And it was just the way was just path was just so many good people and so many cool people, and it's just like what I see now is just like what is the point, like you guys just get on here just to like beat up people and stuff, like, and then everyone is just like really like nasty and just really like just bad and like, you know it's just kind of sad because growing up it wasn't like that. Like you get like when you made it to the top growing up, like that's when you got a chance to like converse with people that were able to give you more enlightenment, and it was almost felt as though you were in like a better place than when you started. Now it's like you get up there, it's almost like you almost wish that like you it's almost like you wish it was better. You wish things, were like fun. But when it comes to quality of people, see, at my age at this point, I realize like a lot of people that are around the same age as me, typically at this stage, would have kids. So it's almost as if they no longer exist in society anymore in a way that you would. So to that extent, it's almost as if you can't really expect these games to have the same level of quality that they once did. But I mean, I don't know. I'm sure anybody could play Tekken and sustain a good vibe, but it's just like the vibe that I'm getting isn't really that good. And it's never really been that way. And I really wasn't in a rush to really get to this point because when I played Fight Night, I was kind of at this point and it was just kind of really like dull for me because there was really nothing, really anything else left to do. There was no one really left to talk to. And on top of that, it's interesting they kept changing things, and I mean, it was just hard. It just made all it did was made it harder and harder to get a fight. And I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to notice this. And I'm just kind of surprised that it's happening so soon. I didn't think it would have. I didn't think it would happen this soon. Now, there's another variable to it. That's also a matter of location because whenever you play online, you play against people in your vicinity. So where I'm at now is not where I was at before, and that could have a lot to do with it. But I realize it's the culture overall. It's really not a matter of location. At this point, it's just a matter of mastering the game from multiple angles and perspectives to where you understand every character, and then going and playing in tournaments offline and sort of going through the same series of events. Fortunately, fortunately with games like Tekken, unlike what it seems like they're making games like League of Legends to be, you don't have to play like nonstop all the time. But I'll be honest, that's the way. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the way they play now. Because those people are, I'll call them gamers, like, and they're more or less a new phenomenon. And I think that's a major reason why the this scene is kind of like the way it is, where it's not really about like character and stuff like that. Why it's really just about just raw like output. But the perspective that I'm teaching is the perspective that I learned, that I mean I grew up on. That is the actual only true perspective of fighting. So I mean, you can do all the Korean backdashes in the world. You can do all the wave dashes. You know, you can do a lot of stuff. You can do crazy wall carry. You can do max damage and all that. But if you don't actually understand like how to play Tekken, how, how to purely play Tekken, if you're a gamer and you're like taking like a grind approach to it or a pure athletic approach to it, then what you will realize is through teaching the game from a pure perspective and understanding it from a pure perspective, you'll be able to cruise through those people without even really breaking a sweat, without even thinking about it. A major consequence of playing that way is it comes with a level of intensity which is really hard to sustain. And by you playing in a pure perspective, you'll be very relaxed. And because you'll be so relaxed, you'll just be able just to pick them apart. Just by simply allowing them to stress themselves out. They'll burn their meter down to like nothing, to the point where their decision making will start to suffer. And at that point, you just finish it. You just do what you have to do. It's just a matter of just having fun. Dang, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of stuff in my beard is breaking out, and I'm getting to the point where if it doesn't get that much better, I might have to just shave my beard and try to clean it up directly, like on the skin. The only thing about it is my beard is so fragile. It's like, dang, I wonder if it will grow back the same. Like this is a very risky thing I might have to do, but at the same time, I can't be having bumps and stuff in my beard. And this is something that's gotten to this point by me living on the street. As much as I hate to admit it, it's just sometimes, especially like in New York, if you touch something that's really dirty and it gets into your pores and stuff like that, like it's just not good. I might not, I may not be able to put any sort of moisture in my beard for a while. At the rate that these bumps seem to like be holding up, I would have thought they would have been removed by now. Anyways, I know I'm talking a lot, but it's because my social skills are really bad. So I'm gonna have to really listen to this back so I can refine the way I talk and everything. Because, like I said in previous streams, I've been out in the street on my own for the past 3 years. I've been protested against. I've been outcast in so many different ways, and I haven't had anyone to talk to. So I realize that if I'm going to be able to move on with things, I'm going to have to be able to talk. So I'm really forcing myself on these to really keep it going, you know? One thing about me being at this stage of my life and being in this situation that I'm in, I want to kind of like address me not like going back to trying to live the life that I lived before. Because I know that a lot of people could perceive it as like not being the ideal thing to do. Like it would be better for me to make more money and, uh, just keep applying and like doing something like that as opposed to like sitting here recording myself talking about things like trying to get ready for who knows what. I want to speak on that really quick because I just want to take it down like to like a super hyper beta level. The life that I lived before is not something that if I could think in my mind I could go back to living right now, I would particularly live. Having things is not necessarily worth having them. So I'm not really like thinking to myself like, oh, let me do that. Because I also realized that even if I could achieve that, based on because of the rate of inflation and whatnot, it wouldn't really put me in a good spot. And I woke up every single day at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I just wanted to break that down really quick because I know people might think that. Anyways, Halloween. What you gotta understand about Halloween is that Halloween is a very wicked holiday. And there was a few Halloweens where there were some really bad curses being put on people during Halloween. And it was to the point where I had to have gospel music playing. And the reason I know that it was really bad that Halloween was because one, I didn't know it was Halloween. And two, I don't go to sleep with anything on my television or anything playing in terms of like sound. And that night, I remember I played gospel music, and like prayers. I played like 12 hours. I played like 12 hours of prayers, and I remember I went to sleep and I woke up, and I remember realizing that the day before, the prior day was Halloween, and I was like, wow, because I remember waking up thinking to myself like, why did I go to sleep with the television on with prayers? Like I don't even go to sleep with the television on. And then I found out that the day before was Halloween, and I was like, "Whoa!" And I already knew that there must have been a lot of really bad curses being put on people because because there will be times in my life where certain things like that will happen, and they will always be very pivotal moments in time, and they will always be very surreal. Anyways, this is just something you have to understand about Halloween. Halloween is really very much that. It's interesting. Like I don't even know. I heard somewhere that they're like Christians that celebrate Halloween. What you have to understand about Halloween is a holiday for people that don't believe in Halloween because of how wicked it is. Some people do believe in Halloween, like very like um very like evil people really do believe in Halloween, and they really do a lot of bad things on Halloween, whether they actually do them in real life or if they're just planning to just do curses and all sorts of crazy stuff like that. They really do it on Halloween. This is why Halloween is just, if you like, to a person that's just gonna go straight to hell, it's not really that much of anything. So that's also to say too, for a person that is not really like conscious or spiritually aware, it doesn't really hold as much consequence. But if you are a type of person that like understands certain things and you're going out during Halloween, it makes you susceptible to a lot of curses because there's really a lot of darkness going on. And I can say this for a fact. There's a reason why I never really celebrated Halloween up until my entire life. I've every single year of my life on Halloween, it's never been the day to go outside. And I know it's never been the day to go outside because it's something, it's more spiritual than that. And when it comes to spirits and stuff like that, you have to understand that spirits are real. Is it really 4 o'clock? I'm gonna be honest. Having an iPhone Mini, it just sounds kind. It feels kind of. It like at this point, it's setting in a little bit different. Like I got a mini phone right now. It's just interesting because it's such a new experience having such a small phone. But I feel like this is exactly what I need. Just a tiny ass phone, so I can just hold on to it and not have to worry about dropping it. Like when the phone is this small, I really feel as though I don't ever need a case. I feel like I'll never drop it. And it's crazy because I think that's how I'm gonna live. Like I'll be honest, no case life is a different kind of life. You see people that always try to live no case life, their phone will be all cracked up. or their phone will be like brand new, and they'll be trying to act like they can really live no case life without actually having to spend a whole bunch of money to get it fixed. But if I can sit here and live no case life and really live no case life, like I've tried living no case life. Every time I've ever tried living no case life, I've always ended up with cracks. Like with this phone right here. And this is crazy because this is like a Motorola. And look at that corner. Show them the corner isn't even that bad. Look at this. It's not that bad, but I do have cracks. And the thing about these Motorola phones is they're made out of plastic, so they don't really have that like slip and slide of like glass and stuff. And they're really soft on landing. But with this iPhone mini, I feel even more confident in not having a case. Just the size of it, I feel as though it's almost like holding on to a tiny, it's almost like holding on to a golf ball almost. It's like, how could you really drop something that fits in your hand so easily? What you have to understand about curses and stuff like that is a lot of people think because they're like bad people or whatever, or because, that's what they're doing, that they're like supposed to be like immune from curses. They still get cursed. They're just banking on the bliss of not being aware. But, see how that works for them. See, they'll hear something like that and they'll have to deny it because for them to acknowledge it, they would be acknowledging their own suffering. And this is the conundrum that if you could add that to the fact of them just not really being that smart, a lot of times it's perpetual. Yo, look out. You see how pitiful that sounded? He struggled so hard to grab the door. It's like, damn. You like really feel some type of way about this man getting in a truck. Like, he really grabbed the door. So Luke is ready to go to sleep. All right, watch out. Before he goes to sleep, I put this dental chew. This is what he's bothering me about. Hold on. We've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning. For the past week, we've been waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning. And so this is Halloween. I woke up. A lot of bad things are happening right now. But I'll be honest, right now it's really a great time to really have God. I'll be honest. God kept me and Moot safe when we were in the street. Dang, putting up this holiday. Anyways, the humidity's at a minimal right now, which is whatever. I'm gonna let it run all night, see if it can even stay on for all 12 hours. Then I'm gonna seal up I'm gonna seal up the light leaks and then close it even more and then see where the humidity is at then. But even if I can throttle the humidity the way I am, that's perfect. I just need to run for 12. I need to run non-stop until it gets to the bottom of the tank. I feel like in this one, I kind of forced myself to talk about things that I've always wanted to talk about, but I feel as though similar to like explaining how to meditate. I feel as though I want to learn better yet how to explain these things. Without it seeming so left, you know? But yeah, I mean, a lot of people are really siding with Satan, and I mean, it's like, and I think the real moral of the whole Halloween thing is like, just because you know you ride with God, or just because you may be in a favorable spiritual space, that does not necessarily mean that you need to be out during Halloween. It doesn't matter what you. It doesn't matter who you are. And there were times where I wasn't always conscious of this, but I never did anything during Halloween. And that really says something because every other holiday I've engaged in more times than I can remember. And I think it was the Halloween of 2020, to be honest. So here's one thing, like the range of motion in my shoulder, like right here, is knotted. I should be able to move my shoulder like this much more. So, long story short, it's just an area in my shoulder where I need to stretch it out. And I've been kind of saving the best for last, but I just also know it's going to be like a really big task for me to really stretch this area out. But it's super knotted. And it's knotted to the point where stretching it out makes such a tremendous difference. And it's not really going to take that much effort. It's like my shoulder feels like a knuckle that hasn't been cracked. And the more I stretch, the more I get that sort of relief. As chaotic as things are for like a conscious person, having peace is really valuable. one thing that was really different about Halloween when I was younger versus what it is now is when I was younger, you knocked on every door. You didn't. There was no like special outline on which doors to knock on and stuff like that. For as long as I could remember, after that era of just knocking on every door, nowadays people have like a set out system on like the doors they knock on, which is cool. It's just not the same. It's interesting how they talk about racism, but you know what? I'm not even gonna talk about this stuff anymore. I realized why people don't talk about politics a long time ago, but it just blows my mind how you just come to a point like now, and it's just almost as if people took on that mentality for all the wrong reasons. Like it didn't work out the way it was supposed to really work out. It seems like people maybe should have been talking more so about politics. The thing about a shoulder is the muscle is so That stretching takes a lot of effort. And it's just a lot of work to correct. Oh, there we go. All right, there we go. My shoulder is knotted right here. From here to like all the way to here, it's just one huge knot. It comes from bodybuilding for a really long time and not stretching. And not getting any sort of like deep tissue work done and doing it because I just didn't know any better. They never tell you about this. And I think the reason being is because they probably just didn't want you dealing with the same massage people as them and stuff like that. When I look back at it. But in real life, I'm not like a trick. It's just when it comes to muscle development, you gotta make sure that you remove the knots because it'll really improve your ability to like develop a really strong muscle. And it's just like doing this that I'm doing right now. I just realized that for me to really get everything 100%, it's gonna take me look at this. And this is really just from stretching. I didn't even do anything. Just from stretching this part out and by working on the knots, you increase the blood flow, and this is the byproduct of that. And my whole entire shoulder is knotted from like here all the way to here. So I think once I get through all of this, I know for a fact that I'll be all right. It's just a lot of work. It reminds me of stretching my calves. It reminds me of stretching calves. It's like calves are just so dense and just it just takes so much work. Oh. Let me test these headphones out really quick. I already know. I already have a strong feeling I'm about to really be disappointed. That's crazy. I still haven't put the holiday up. Yo, this is an official PlayStation 4 product. I'm about to find out right now. This is so dumb. All right, so and it's not even really that good of a headphone. So what I'm gonna have to do is try my best to return this because this is just another dud, and I'm gonna have to do some research on what it takes to have a microphone and a headphone on a PlayStation 4 because that's not even worth wearing. With this aluminum brim, I believe The other thing that's kind of tripping me out about this phone is the time. For whatever reason, I used to use military time. What I'm really trying to understand is why the microphone on my $500 headphones doesn't work. This microphone works when I make phone calls, but for whatever reason, it doesn't work when I like use my tablet or my Xbox. I don't understand. A lot of times when I stream back to back like this, it's almost like the second time I stream, I never really feel as good as the first time. Like when I did Smoke in the Dark, when I did Smoke in the Dark 2 right afterwards, I wasn't really feeling it. Let you see what. Been up since 3 in the morning. The thing about spiritual energy is it varies from place to place depending on where you are. That Swiss cake roll was crazy. Yo, it's crazy. I literally just walked past MSNBC and it just sounds so crazy. This lady just said there's militarized detention centers being built right now. For illegal immigrants. Where are they building these things? Because I just saw a story talking about these people are walking across the border in droves. I got cinnamon checks and honeycomb. That's the level I'm on right now. I really miss New York. goodness. That right there. That right there was Christmas Eve right there. That was crazy. There was this time where I was thinking, you know, I needed friends or something during Halloween. And then this dude invited me to hang out with them. And I was like, I wish that he never asked me that. And it's interesting because as soon as he asked me that, he wished that he never asked me that too. Sometimes that's just to say that sometimes the way that I'm isolated, it can seem to be abnormal. It can seem to be like maybe from different perspectives, not really what it is. What it is it's a byproduct of these times right now. And that's just the best way I can put it right now. One thing about me making these videos and speaking and just kind of forcing myself to speak and stuff is where I am with the people that are around me. It's it's not easy. It's not as if I was in Michigan. It's not as if I was in New York. It's not the same. I mean, it's all to the good, you know, when it comes to speaking. But please believe that I'm just not speaking, you know, because I want to make a video. When I tell you I'm working on my social skills, I'm working on my social skills. But not only that, but I'm working on them from where I'm at. And when I'm around here, I don't really sound that good. But that's because the vibe of the people around here impacts me. One thing that you'll understand as you know, maybe you'll come to consciousness of understanding this as you could live anywhere in the world. You only feel like you're at home when you're at home, when you are where your people are, regardless of where you're at. You'll feel most at home around your people like you, and people like you will migrate to certain areas. People like you will be more inclined to be in certain areas. And how will you know this is where your people are? Because everything in that area makes sense for you. When you go into the store, all the food that you like is in the front. Everything that you care about is right behind the counter. Everything that you need is in that store. And it's just a corner store. You'll go to the mall and you'll realize all exactly there. You'll go look for shoes, you'll realize all the shoes you want are there. And the reason why is because everyone around that area thinks like you, everyone thinks the same. And this is how you know you're where you're supposed to be. But one thing you also know about being in these places is your energy will always be at relatively almost full power. You'll be at like 80% all the time. And this is just because the vibe of everything around you is just it's all to the good. Like this right here, I'm kind of thrown off because I hurt my finger, so I have this little black piece, you know what I mean? So it kind of like throws off my little whatever. But this right here, this right here, when you get off at Queens, this is exactly what it looks like. And it's interesting because I'll sit here and have this on my phone and I'll like it and it'll give me peace. And this effect is something that will take action whenever you're in a place where everything is natural to who you are. It's in these places where you will truly be around your tribe. And this is how you can know when you're in the right place. When you're not in the right place, you won't get things like that. So whenever you're doing different things, it'll drain you in that way. To where you're more likely to have impeded speech. You're more likely to not find what it is you're looking to smoke. You're not really going to vibe with the people around you, and the people around you are not necessarily going to believe in you to the same capacity, to where it affects everything that you do because you receive so much less love. This is why I'm like really forcing myself to really like grind through this. But this is also the reason why I'm realizing a lot of things in my life have kind of transpired the way they have. Being here, and not really being, indigenously Virginian, you know? Man. So I'm just forcing myself through these recordings. I'm trying to like get through the day and stuff. But I know for a fact this is what I'm supposed to do, but at the same time, it's not easy. I'll tell you straight up, my focus is not where it really is, nowhere close to where it is when I'm not recording, because I think I feel compelled to speak. Another thing about this area too is there's my allergies are really bad. This is the reason why I sound the way I do. It's not about the smoking. I realize that here. The altitude is a lot higher than what I'm naturally like used to, and then on top of that, there's like this pollen that like is in these trees, and I'm in the woods, so it's just like I don't really have anyways, I mean, for me to say anything more, long story short, I understand that I'm kind of at a deficit in a lot of ways. So when I'm making this content, my thought process is that if I can manage myself in these tough situations and I can really put together concise figures of speech and you know what I mean, then it that is my way of working on my social skills. Me sitting here being silent and stuff like that, all it's going to do is make it so when I do need to do something, I'm not going to either be able to focus or I'm not going to be able to put my words together properly because I haven't spent any time refining my social skills. And I just can't keep moving on purely relying on the people across from me because at the end because the people across from me could be any type of person in the world. I can't allow that to affect my ability to communicate. I have to be strong enough to sustain mental stability and sustain height of consciousness. I don't need my consciousness constantly rising and falling because of the rising and falling consciousness of the people around me. I just, I have to be able to keep everything at a decent rate so I can sustain my stature, ability, poise. I mean, these are things I'm going to have to be able to do. I'm going to have to be able to deal with more anxiety. And I would like to be able to deal with them to the same capacity that I am able to deal with them when I'm on my own, when I'm just by myself. So I'm really pushing myself with this, and I know for a fact it's not the coolest thing in the world. I know for a fact I'm talking a lot. This is what I'm working on because in real life, I mean, things could have different weights. I have to strengthen my mind. Similar to like being, in jail and stuff like that. You gotta strengthen your mind. Oh man. you know, talk my ass to sleep. You know, me and Mook have been up since 3 o'clock this morning. Oh, there's so much more I want to say. I just can't. All right, watch out. Sit down. There's so much that I don't even know if I really want to say it, but there's so much more that's happening that I can't speak on, and I can't even explain it, even if I could. All I can tell you is that spirits are very real, and there's a lot going on right now spiritually. August.